From a family of fishermen and farmers to the true immortal of water and virtue, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Spirit Tree. Raw, the thunder-horned python king raised his upper body. His cold vertical pupils were filled with bloodthirstiness and cruelty, and the thick horn on his head suddenly released a dazzling thunder. Boom. The lightning filled the sky with amazing power and directly penetrated the wind spirit snake binding formation, leaving a small gap. Peach cloud barrier, get out. Yun Yangzi waved his sleeves and shot out a peach-colored cloud barrier with fragrant winds, successfully blocking the scattered lightning. Everyone, regroup in the formation and kill this evil beast. While he was talking, 4 more thunder-horned pythons rushed out and followed the Python King into the formation with evil whines. Brother, give me the formation flag and you go into the snake nest to search for snake eggs and cubs. Li Quanqing always knew Li Quanqing's preferences and spoke at the right time, understanding. Li Quanqing quickly glanced at the battlefield, took out several stacks of life-saving talismans and handed them to them, and quietly left the battlefield. Go straight to the snake nest. As soon as he entered the snake's nest, a pungent smell immediately entered his nose, making him dizzy. It's been a long time since these thunder-horned pythons have taken a bath. I guess they eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the cave. The young man sighed slightly, held his breath, and circulated his magic power in his meridians, absorbing spiritual energy through his pores for internal breathing. Hearing that the green jade armor has its own air circulation and can filter out many poisonous gases and miasma, he will also get a set in the future. Li Quanqing activated the copper bone body, and his bones expanded, turning into a small giant, wearing a copper armor talisman, and stacking several layers of golden light shields. The young man was relieved and stepped into the cave. Li Quanqing's pace was very fast. When he encountered obstacles such as rocks, he punched them open directly, arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, the scale of the snake's nest was very large, with various circular passages complicated and intricate, and there was also a part leading to the underground, like a vast maze. He turned around for a long time, but still couldn't figure out anything, and it was difficult to find the core of the nest. Rumble. Just as Li Quanqing was getting impatient and was about to take out the water dragon pendant to blow everything up, the rumbling thunder sounded again, drilling into his ears from an unknown direction, and even the pebbles on the ground were shaking slightly. When the thunderhorn python advances to the late stage of key refining, it must swallow thunder. Thunder falls from that direction from time to time. Even if we can't find snake eggs and cubs, there should be treasures. Li Quanqing made up his mind and groped towards the direction where the thunder sound came from with firm steps. Facts have proved that his choice was right. Hiss. When turning a corner, a thunderhorn python suddenly fell from the sky with its mouth open. Its snake teeth were as sharp as daggers, and the horn on its forehead released a trace of lightning. Li Quanqing looked expressionless, watching the big python bite directly on the golden light shield in front of him, making a dull sound. The golden light fluctuated, and one of the thunderhorn python's fangs was directly smashed, and a big bump bulged on its forehead. It screamed in pain and tears welled up. Hey, it turns out to be a young snake. It seems that my direction is correct. Li Quanqing glanced at the snake body of the demon python, which was less than 3 meters long, and grabbed the python's tail with his big hand and swung it fiercely. Crackling. With the sound of bone cracking, the whole snake suddenly became limp as mud, and there was more air in than out. Good boy, it doesn't hurt at all now. Li Quanqing stepped over the dead snake on the ground and continued to move forward. Another thunder fell, rumbling. This thunder was nearby, almost deafening. Some dazzling lightning flashed in front, looming, pointing him in the direction. Li Quanqing strode closer, and after passing through a large area of thick dark stone road, his eyes suddenly opened up. I saw an open-air cave appeared in my sight, enough to see the sky above the island, which was shrouded in dark clouds. A silver-white thunder peach tree stood in the center, with cracked bark like scales, and tangled roots rooted in the soil. The leaves rustled and released flashes of lightning. This is a spiritual medicine, and it looks like it is of high grade. Li Quanqing didn't care much. His eyes were fixed on the snake nest built with thick branches under the thunder peach tree. Will there be the thunderhorn python cubs he has been thinking about in it? Li Quanqing approached quickly and heard the tender snake hissing, which was quick and sharp, with a hint of warning. 4 young snakes more than half a meter long were hovering there, curled up in vigilance. Their scales were about to explode, and their eyes were full of vigilance. Li Quanqing frowned. He didn't expect that these snake cubs had already had an enemy consciousness, and it might take some effort to raise them. He was about to pick up the snake cubs, and silently, another young thunderhorn python more than 2 meters long fell from the tree canopy, with a bloodthirsty and fierce look. The thunderhorn python just opened its mouth, and suddenly a green light cut through the sky, nailing the triangular python head to the tree trunk, making a bell sound. After the green light faded, it was clear that it was actually a magical weapon in the shape of a leaf, with breeze lingering, and extremely sharp edges. Li Quanqing looked at the person who came, and it turned out to be the 9th level cultivator tree old man beside Wang Gujian. Dao, everyone who sees it gets a share. How about we split it equally? The tree old man smiled and said. A trace of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. This is a young thunderhorn python. When it grows up, it will automatically enter the late stage of key refining. It is a spiritual pet that many people dream of. Li Quanqing snorted and was about to refuse. He glanced at the snake corpse nailed to the tree trunk from the corner of his eye, and suddenly a trace of brilliance flashed. You want a young snake? Sure, the snake cub is for you, but this thunder peach tree must belong to me. Li Quanqing walked away from the spiritual tree calmly, letting the old man focus his attention on the snake cub in his hand. The old tree frowned. After all, this is the spoils of the fellow Taoists. How can I decide? Yun Yangzi killed the thunderhorn python king, and the harvest is enough. When the time comes, the 3 families will work together to win it. The old tree thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. These thunderhorn python cubs, I will give you one first, and I will take the rest, so that you won't regret it, and go to help the Yun family to speak. Li Quanqing threw a young snake over as a sign of sincerity. The old tree took it carefully, and hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief, leaving with satisfaction. After stuffing the remaining 3 snake cubs into the sack, Li Quanqing made sure that there were no outsiders around. He jumped onto the thunder peach tree in a few steps, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. I saw that among the lush branches, snake eggs were shining, absorbing the lightning emitted by the thunder peach tree, flashing and extinguishing, as if they could breathe. Li Quanqing counted them, and found that there were a total of 7 snake eggs, which was unexpectedly large. These cubs witnessed their relatives being killed, so they must be full of resentment, which is not conducive to their cultivation as war pets. Unborn snake eggs are more suitable for me. They are like blank sheets of paper, and are closer to people. Li Quanqing took out the prepared spirit beast bag, put all the snake eggs in it, put them in the bag, and breathed a sigh of relief. This thunder peach tree cannot be let go. It seems that the snake eggs need the help of this spirit tree to hatch. Besides, lightning wood is rare. It is definitely a top quality refining material. The 3rd elder must like it very much. Li Quanqing thought of the supreme elder of the Li family, that is, the 3rd elder's brother Li Kunlun. This awesome person is a top grade thunder spirit root. Maybe he can directly get close to a big thigh like a foundation building monk. The thunder peach tree is huge, and cannot be moved for the time being. Li Quanqing put the bodies of the 2 young thunderhorned pythons into the storage bag. Then he carried the sack, and walked out of the snake nest with satisfaction. Chapter 77 Tao and Satu. With the huge body of the thunderhorn python king falling to the ground with a bang, blood gushing out, the hunt finally came to an end. Yun Yangzi was in a good mood as he stepped on the huge corpse of the monster. When the news of this hunt spreads, his reputation will rise, and he will naturally be more valued in the family. With the operation of the elders behind him, more resources will be allocated. He glanced at the old man who had just returned to the team, and thought of his 9th level of key refining, so he didn't say anything. At this time, Li Quanqing just walked out of the snake's nest, holding a large sack in his hand. The sack kept squirming, as if there was something alive inside that was struggling. Why does this genius weapon refiner of the Qingyu Li family look so unintelligent? The old man looked at this scene and was puzzled. If he got these thunderhorn python cubs, he would definitely hide them in the spirit beast bag and not let outsiders notice them. Even if Yan Yangzi asked, he would deny it and take all the benefits for himself. How could he be so arrogant like now? Sure enough, Yan Yangzi's eyes lit up when he saw the sack. Fellow Daoist Li, could these be the cubs of a few thunderhorn pythons? Wild thunderhorn pythons can have the 7th level of key refining. If they are carefully cultivated, they may reach the 8th or 9th level. Li Quanqing nodded, opened the sack, and showed the 3 thunderhorn python cubs to everyone. Hiss. Seeing a group of cultivators surrounding them, the snake cubs immediately raised their upper bodies alertly, their scales exploded, and they made an attacking gesture. The smell of blood in the air, coupled with witnessing the death of their relatives, aggravated their hatred and fear, and their pupils were stained with blood. From the looks of it, these young snakes have been born for more than half a year, and they have developed self-awareness. I'm afraid they are wild and difficult to tame. Zihangaya spoke, frowning her beautiful eyebrows, and expressed the thoughts of all the cultivators present. Li Quanqing thought so too, and these snake cubs were all males, so it was difficult for them to reproduce. He was not very interested, and it was too troublesome to train and tame them slowly. Does Daoist Hangai want one? Li Quanqing grabbed a young thunderhorn python and handed it over. Zihangai, who had asked for a green water python before, but was directly rejected by him. Now it was just the right time to do him a favor. Daoist Z, take it. We are hunting together, so we should share the spoils equally. Yan Yangzi couldn't wait to speak, rubbing his hands. Daoist Li, where is my share? Seeing this, Wang Gujian immediately stepped forward and refused to be humble. Daoist, everyone who sees it gets a share. In the corner, Li Quanqing saw this scene, snorted coldly, threw the wine gourd in his hand, and was about to step forward to argue. You took the lion's share, so will our Li family starve? Li Quanqing gently pulled him and whispered, you don't know Quanqing's character yet. When has he ever let you suffer a loss? If Li Quanqing heard this, he would definitely agree with it and regard him as a close friend. Looking at the 2 people who were surrounding him like jackals, Li Quanqing raised his lips slightly. My 2 Daoists, this is the trophy I found at the risk of my life. Isn't it too much? The old tree stood by and also said, yes, since Daoist Yan Yangzi has obtained the corpse of a thunderhorn python king as a trophy, why not take a step back? Yan Yangzi looked at the snake cub, then at the monster corpse, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, I only want the horn of the thunderhorn python king, and the rest of the flesh and blood and thunder crystals will be given to Daoist Li. This is exactly what Li Quanqing wants. The thunder crystal can be used to refine the body, the flesh can be used to feed Dao King and Jinyanu to speed up the cultivation speed, and the scales and snake skin can be used to refine weapons. When has he, King Quen, ever suffered a loss? Not enough. The thunder horn is the most valuable treasure on the demon python. Fellow Daoist Yan got a great bargain. There is also a spiritual tree in the snake's nest. I like it very much. Before Li Quanqing finished speaking, Yan Yangzi interrupted him. It's just a tree. I give it to fellow Daoist Li. The deal was concluded, and Yan Yangzi was immediately delighted. He cut off a single horn on the top of the thunderhorn python king's head, and prepared to refine it into a precious medicine, to feed the cub in his arms to improve its potential. With the rich resources of the Yan family as a backing, he is confident that he can cultivate this young python to the 9th level of key refining, or even the level of great perfection in the future. Fellow Daoist Wang, what's your price? Li Quanqing touched the last thunderhorn python cub and spoke casually. Wang Gujian didn't have the thunderhorn python king. He thought for a while and said, I'll ask my brother to give you the cheapest price for the qualification, to buy 1 Tonghua Dan. How about that? Li Quanqing glanced at Li Quanqiu and Li Quanqing, who were still at the 6th level of key refining, and said, to deal. After the last snake cub was given away, Li Quanqing's hands were empty. It seemed that he didn't get any benefits. In fact, he was the one who made the most money behind the scenes. Great. A monster hunting was turned into an auction by my senior brother. Li Quanqiu gave a thumbs up. She knew Li Quanqing too well, and guessed that he must have got the rest of the monster python cubs, but he didn't take them out. Yan Yangzi thought so too. He thought there must be treasures in the nest, which were divided by Li Quanqing and Shuleo. It's just that everyone came from a foundation building family and had a bright future. There was no need to tear each other apart for this little benefit. I helped you get the quota to buy Tonghua Dan. You must treat me to a meal later, Li Quanqing said with a smile. He was always generous to his family. He took out the kingly sword and asked his friends to deal with the corpse of the thunderhorn python, not even letting go of the demon blood spilled on the soil. The demon pythons were huge and there were so many of them that they could not fit in the storage bag. They could only be frozen with ice magic and transported back by the building ship. Is this the thunder crystal? Li Quanqing held a pure blue-purple crystal, which was crystal clear and as big as a human head. Arcs of electricity exploded on the surface from time to time, and it felt numb. This was dug out from the body of the Thunderhorn Python King. It was full of extremely pure thunder power, neutral and gentle. Demon beasts like Thunderhorn Pythons have great potential. When they break through the foundation building stage, the thunder crystals in their bodies will be further purified and shrunk, and there is even a small probability that they will turn into a demon pill. You know, all second level foundation building demon beasts that can condense demon pills are gifted. This second level demon pill can also be used as the main material for foundation building pills. Dragging the python back to the ship, the longevity turtle immediately rushed over and looked at him with watery eyes. It could smell the meat from a distance. You greedy turtle. Li Quanqing laughed dumbly and cut off a large piece of python meat to feed him. Just as he was about to ask everyone to go back and dig trees, Li Quanqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the Zenhei bell hanging on his waist, the soul mind sword jumped slightly and automatically gave an alarm. He sensed many powerful auras approaching quickly. Fellow Daoist Yun, activate the defense formation. There are cultivators coming. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. Yun Yangzi didn't quite believe it. Suddenly, a strange ship appeared in his sight and approached at a high speed. It was much larger and stronger than this. This is a second level spiritual boat. Yun Yangzi's pupils shrank and he dared not talk nonsense anymore. He hurriedly manipulated the defense formation to cover all the Yun family ships under his feet. The second level spiritual boat approached at a high speed, riding the wind and waves, enough to smash all obstacles in front of it and set off a storm on the sea. As they got closer, they could see the large flags on the spiritual boat. The wind whistled, the flags fluttered, and on the flags was a dark black demon turtle with fangs and claws bared, covered with scales, and majestic. Tailed black turtle. This is a cultivator from the Sitter family. Chapter 78 Golden Elixir Relics. The Tao and Sitter family is the most powerful foundation building force under the Gengjin sect Shuhua Sword sect, with 7 foundation building masters. It ranks first among the 5 great families. With the Gengjin foundation left by the Sitter family's ancestors, even the Shuhua Sword sect dare not underestimate it. How could the Situ family's cultivators appear here? Could they be attracted by the movement of hunting the thunder-horned python just now? Li Quanqing was alert and his body was tense. Everyone was also on guard. The boy touched the storage bag. 4 second level talismans lay quietly in it, giving him an infinite sense of security. Rumble. The second level spirit boat slowly stopped in front of him, setting off a huge wave. The huge hull cast a huge shadow, covering the Yun family's building ship. A dozen cultivators stood at the bow and looked down at this group of second generation cultivators. They were all cultivators in the late stage of key refining, wearing the Sitter family robes embroidered with Tao and black turtle patterns. The 2 leading people even had the 9th level of key refining. No, one of the Sitter family cultivators actually made Li Quanqing feel like he was facing the 3rd elder. He glanced at the cultivator wrapped in a black robe and quickly looked away. That feeling was indeed correct. A cultivator who has reached the great perfection of key refining. When a cultivator breaks through the 9th level of key refining and continues to practice until there is no more progress in his skills and his mana can no longer increase, he can be called a great perfection of key refining. One more step forward, he will either waste his time until death or break through the foundation building and live for 4 generations. Moo. With a low roar, a huge monster came up from the bottom of the water, and the sea water fell down its shell like waterfalls. The monster was as black as ink, with green pupils, scaly skin, a slender neck like a snake, and a black jade-like shell with simple patterns. Its huge body was like a small mountain, floating in the vast sea, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. Tailed black turtle. This is the iconic guardian spirit beast of the Sitter family. It is rumored that there is even a black turtle at the foundation building level, which has been guarding the Taoan Islands for nearly 1,000 years. 2 9th level key refining cultivators, and a 9th level key refining spirit turtle. Yun Yangzi exhaled a breath of turbid air, revealing his iconic smile, and was afraid in his heart. Yun Yangzi, the direct descendant of Zioyao Island, greets all the Taoist friends of the Sitter family. It turns out that a group of juniors are hunting the thunderhorn python. No wonder there are movements in the formation. It seems that we are wrong. Should we kill them all? The matter of the ruins is serious, and no news can be leaked. No, except for the Yun family. The core disciples of the other 3 foundation building families are all here. Are you sure they don't have a trump card? That will only expose them faster. That makes sense. Let's deceive them first, and say that we are here to hunt monsters and hide the real target. The 2 9th level key refining cultivators of the Sitter family communicated in secret and discussed the result without leaking any sound. However, Li Quanqing's heart jumped. His soul was strong, and he keenly sensed that there was a flash of murderous intent on one of them. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not happen. So it's you fellows. I'm Situ Deng from Taoan Island. I came to the Purple Blood Sea to hunt Kanghae whales. I accidentally stepped into this place. I'm sorry for offending you. A cultivator of the 9th level of key refining smiled heartily and explained a few words. The murderous intent on his body disappeared without a trace. Kanghae whales are well-known monsters in the East China Sea. They automatically advance to the great perfection of key refining when they reach adulthood. They are powerful and rare. It is rumored that every Kanghae whale king has the strength of the foundation establishment realm. So that's the case. It was a false alarm. Yun Yangzi responded with a bow. After a few polite exchanges, the 2 sides parted ways. Moo. The Taoan black turtle spit out a stream of water, glanced at everyone, and also chose to follow the 2nd level spirit boat to leave and dive back into the sea. It was not until the cultivators of the Sitter family disappeared from sight that Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief and removed his hand from the storage bag. He was hesitating whether to tell everyone about the murderous intent he had just sensed. Yun Yangzi, who was originally smiling, suddenly had a gloomy look on his face and gritted his teeth and said, "They wanted to take action just now, intending to kill us." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Impossible, we don't have any hatred with them. Wang Gujian widened his eyes, looking unconvinced, and was terrified. Humph. 3 9th level key refining masters, plus a 2nd level spirit boat, using such a large battle. I don't believe they are just hunting a Kanghae whale. Yun Yangzi snorted and took out a blood-red jade pendant from his arms. At this time, it was slowly fading and turned into the shape of mutton fat white jade again. This is a warning jade pendant that can sense the killing intentions of cultivators. Just now, the Sitter family cultivators were really ready to take action. Zihangaiu also looked solemn, recognizing the function of this jade pendant. I remember that a few years ago, the remains of the cave of the ancient foundation building cultivator were completely occupied by the Sitter family, right? Li Quanqing suddenly spoke. As a demon hunter, he was well informed. The remains of the cave are in the Purple Blood Sea. Could the Sitter family have obtained some treasure map? Yun Yangzi's eyes flashed. I heard that the remains of the cave have arrays within arrays and tombs within tombs. When it was first excavated, there were even rumors of golden elixir inheritance. Well, I have experienced this personally and know some of the truth. The old man coughed. He had also entered the remains of the cave a few years ago. In the beginning, the ancient cultivator's tomb was actually just a gravekeeper. He failed in his attempt to build a foundation and died in meditation. The tomb he guarded was indeed a foundation building cultivator. The life record on the tombstone said that the owner of the tomb was suspected to be a disciple of the Golden Core sect. Unfortunately, the sect was destroyed, and in the end even the tombstone disappeared. Those present were worthy of being the top 2nd generation cultivators. Each of them was smart, and they pieced together some of the truth in a few words. Giant and ruins. Everyone's breathing gradually became heavier, their eyes were red, and they were full of greed. Whether it was Yan Yangzi or Wang Gujian, they were not the seeds of the family's foundation building, and there were people above them. In this life, there is a high probability that they will stop at the state of great perfection of key refining, and the chance of building a foundation is slim. They want to build a foundation, want to fight for their own longevity. There is only one word: fight. Cultivation is difficult, fighting for life with the sky, fighting for money with people. Fight, 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 fight. Among all the people present, Li Quanqing is probably the only one who can still maintain his sanity. What giant and ruins, what foundation building opportunities, he is not interested at all. He cultivates the virtue of water. The highest good is like water. Water is good for all things, and does not fight. With the golden finger by his side, ascending to become an immortal is not a dream. Why put himself in danger for an uncertain relic? Li Quanqing's mind is now full of notifying the family about this matter, and then getting away from this vortex as soon as possible. What should we do now? Follow them quietly? Wang Gujian asked, eager to try, without any fear. The building ship is too conspicuous. I will be more confident if I follow it alone. Yan Yangzi took out a white jade spiritual boat, floating like a cloud. This is a top-grade magic weapon, the hidden cloud boat, which can fly in the sky to hide the body. Even if the foundation building cultivator is careless, it is difficult to find it. Zhihangai also took out a pair of jade bells. This is a 1000-mile sound transmission bell, which also has the function of positioning. Fellow Daoist Yun, take it well. Remember not to expose it, and protect your life. Thank you, fellow Daoists. Wait for my news. Yan Yangzi got into the cloud boat, and streams of white clouds gushed out, turning into a cloud floating in the sky, hiding his traces, and chasing the Sitter family cultivators away. This behavior is indeed very dangerous, but if successful, it will definitely be a great reward. For a moment, everyone's mind was attracted by the golden elixir ruins. Even the newly acquired snake cubs were not so attractive, and they were restless. Unfortunately, until the night fell, and the sky was full of stars, the sound transmission bell was still not shaken. Li Quanqing found an excuse, and returned to the island at night. He used the one-eye mirror to inform the third elder of what happened here. It would not be too late to tell the family when the matter of the ruins is really confirmed. Besides, Li Quanqing did have some selfish thoughts. If the third elder could get the opportunity to successfully build the foundation, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Li Kunle's message came back very quickly, asking him to stay where he was and not move, and he would come soon. Not long after Li Quanqing returned to the boat, the Qianli sound transmission bell was shaken, and Yan Yang's excited and suppressed voice was heard. The ruins are real. Come quickly. Chapter 79 Arrival. Ding ling ling. The jade bell rang, making a clear and pleasant sound, instantly attracting the attention of all the monks present. The ruins are real. Come quickly. In order to avoid being exposed, Yan Yangzi kept his voice very low. But everyone still heard it clearly, as if a thunder exploded here. The golden elixir ruins really appeared. The monks were suddenly as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and endless power emerged from their bodies. They suppressed their voices and roared. Their faces flushed. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and their breathing was as heavy as that of an ox. It was as if they had seen the dawn of dawn waving at them. In order to prevent the possibility of Yan Yangzi being exposed, they did not even use the jade bell to reply to the message, and each of them was ready to fight. Zhihangai used the secret method to use the connection between the 2000-mile sound transmission bells to determine the specific direction. Start the building ship and get ready to set off. The old tree suppressed the restlessness in his heart and began to give orders. As the cultivator with the highest level of cultivation, he took the lead and began to command the others. Are you going to give it a try? Li Quanqing looked at the three equally excited friends and sighed softly, with a hint of worry in his voice. Quanqing, aren't you going to come with us? Li Quanqiu widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. That is the relic left by the giant insect. 99% of key refining cultivators will hardly see it once in their entire lives. Her voice rose slightly, with surprise and confusion. Such an opportunity is rare, and it is really hard to understand why Li Quanqing would give up. Yes, give it a try. There is hope for foundation building. Li Quanqing kept pouring wine into his mouth. His palms were shaking slightly with excitement. His chin was covered with wine stains, and his eyes were also burning with desire and ambition. It's too dangerous. I won't go. Li Quanqing shook his head gently, his expression firm. Not to mention those Sita family cultivators who were eyeing it covetously. That was a destroyed giant insect. Buried for thousands of years. Who knows what kind of monsters will be dug out? When the young man spoke, the boiling deck was quiet for a moment. Some people sneered at his cowardice, with a disdainful look on their faces, as if they were laughing at his cowardice. Some people were glad that there was one less competitor, secretly happy in their hearts, thinking that they had one more chance. Some people also shouted and yelled to start the boat quickly, eager to rush to the giant and ruins full of opportunities. Li Quanqing, who has always been taciturn, admired him. You are indeed my real opponent. Facing the temptation of Gengjin, you can be indifferent. Li Quanqing didn't say much, just called the three people to the corner and took out a storage bag. Take it, I'll give you something to save your life. Li Quanqing and the others opened the bag and were shocked when they saw what was inside. Second level Gishu Shenlei talisman. Second level Qianli Laid Dun talisman. There are also nearly 1,000 water arrow talismans, ice arrow talismans, golden light shield talismans, copper armor talismans, etc. Just talking about one attack and one escape. 2 foundation building talismans are enough to play a big role in the ruins. This is too precious. Quanqing, you should be yourself. Take them all, and walk out of the ruins safely. Li Quanqing interrupted them, his face serious, and with an unquestionable tone. He still had the Howling Sea Sword talisman and the Thunder Purple Armor talisman on him, and with the green water shuttle to escape into the sea, it was enough to ensure his life. The three of them divided the talismans, and stuffed all the precious treasures in the storage bag that they couldn't use to the young man. Even if they really fell in the ruins, they couldn't let the enemy get away with it. In the end, Li Quanqing moved the corpse of the Thunderhorn Python that they were assigned back to the island and jumped off the boat with the longevity turtle. Woo. The building ship roared. The formation was fully activated, breaking through the wind and waves and slowly sailing towards the distance. You must come back alive for me. Li Quanqing waved his arms until the building ship completely merged into the night and the two sides could no longer see each other. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, emitting a faint silver light. The waves gently slapped the shore, making a rustling sound. It seemed as if he was the only one left in the vast world. Li Quanqing wrapped his Taoist robe tightly, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness surged into his heart. He was alone. Is this the way to cultivate Taoism and seek immortality? Even if you see unprecedented scenery, you can only walk alone. Roar as if sensing the loneliness in the master's heart. The longevity turtle roared in a low voice and kept rubbing his big head against him as if he was acting coquettishly. Motionless longevity turtle. Turtle, was born with a lifespan of 10,000 years. I can definitely take care of the master in his old age and see him to the end. Maturity 25%. Li Quanqing touched the big turtle head that could not move and couldn't help laughing. It was not certain who would see whom off. I, Li Quanqing, am destined to become an immortal in this life. Don't think about those things. I believe they can definitely do it. Let's eat barbecue. Li Quanqing shook the Zhenhe bell, and the bell waves echoed. With the help of the Sword of Thought, he cut off the worries and distracting thoughts in his heart. He turned back into the carefree boy again. He cut off a piece of fat monster meat, lit a bonfire with his magic power, and started roasting it, waiting for the arrival of the third elder. The fresh and tender roasted meat sizzled under the charcoal fire, and the fat melted, with attractive color and rich aroma. It was the first time for the longevity turtle to see this thing, and it was so fragrant that its saliva flowed down, and it swallowed most of the roasted meat in one mouthful. Li Quanqing also took a bite, and the fat and juicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the rich taste of the roasted meat burst in his mouth, bringing a full sense of happiness. Because it is often struck by lightning, the meat of the thunderhorn python tastes numb, especially addictive, mellow and delicious, and has an endless aftertaste. Li Quanqing waited on the island all night until dawn, when the one-eye mirror finally made a sound. He took out the bronze mirror, and the fish-shaped patterns on the surface of the mirror seemed to come alive, swimming constantly and emitting bursts of heat. This means that the holder of another one-eye mirror is getting closer. Boom. A deafening sound like thunder resounded through the sky, like a rolling raging wave, as if it was going to crack the sky apart. A blue and red light rushed over at an astonishing speed, shrouded in a layer of dazzling thunder and lightning, and countless silver snakes flickered. It was a burly figure wearing full body armor, like a god of war descending from the sky, piercing the darkest sky before dawn like a meteor of fire. The figure swept across the sky, leaving a long-lasting white mark on the sea, telling of indescribable power and majesty. This breath is a green jade armor. The green jade armor of the spiritual weapon level. Li Quanqing was shocked beyond words. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the figure wrapped in the green jade armor crossed a distance of dozens of miles, appeared above his head as if teleporting, and left a huge sonic boom behind him. The sudden change from extreme speed to extreme silence made people dizzy and uncomfortable. Crack, crack. Layers of armor that looked like fish scales bloomed like lotus flowers, and the third elder's majestic face was revealed in the red flames. Where is that giant and ruins? Is it true or false? He asked, almost impatiently, wishing to rush in and kill everyone right now, as if he saw the glorious future of his successful foundation building. In less than one night, he crossed more than 8,000 miles of sea. And he flew. Li Quanqing looked at the lightning and thunder that slowly dissipated from the third elder's body, and cursed him in his heart. He actually used the second level spiritual talisman that saved his life to hurry on his way. I was so distressed. Although he complained, Li Quanqing was still honest and quickly recounted the previous events. It seems that a relic has indeed been unearthed. Let's notify the clan leader and others. Li Quanqing heard this, and immediately felt backed and confident. He took out the one-eye mirror, summarized the news about the giant and ruins in detail, and sent it to the family. Li Quanqing did not take the credit. When the family gave out the rewards, they would all be for the young man alone. Knowing the news in advance, the Qingyu Li family would undoubtedly be able to take more initiative than the other three families. Although they could not defeat the Teo and Sita family in terms of hard power, they could definitely muddy the waters. When he saw the good word from the clan leader, the big stone in Li Quanqing's heart finally fell to the ground safely. Chapter 80, Top Grade Spiritual Stone. Let's go and take a look at the ruins. The third elder patted the green and red armor on his body. This was a low-grade spiritual weapon he forged by himself. In order to ensure the power and fit, he deliberately used the blood sacrifice method. With the blessing of the green jade armor, it was enough to assist the third elder to walk in the air, and his combat power was greatly enhanced in all aspects. With his amazingly strong physique, they complemented each other. Hall Master, there are several people in the 9th level of key refining in the Sita family opposite. A small shrimp like me doesn't need to join in the fun. Li Quanqing's face was full of resistance. He has always been very cherishing of his life and doesn't want to be involved in any possible danger. I asked you to show me the way. When you find the place, you can go wherever you want. Li Quanqing raised his chin slightly, full of prestige. I'm wearing a spiritual weapon. Under the foundation building, I'm invincible. What if by chance, I run into a foundation building who has nothing to do? Li Quanqing asked curiously. The third elder glanced at the young man with a bad look. Then I won't lose either. I'll fight him 1-for-1, even if I have to sacrifice my life. What else can Li Quanqing say? Just call the elder awesome and that's it. Come on, I'll take you to the sky for a spin. It's very rare that Li Quanqing reveals the truest side of his character, a bit of a scoundrel. He doesn't look like a steady old man, but like a hot-blooded young man who doesn't care about life and death. Master, if you take me away, what are we going to do with these monster meats? Li Quanqing still didn't want to go, pointing at the 7 or 8 thunder-horned pythons, plus the huge thunder-horned python king with a body of 10 feet. The storage bag couldn't fit them at all. The third elder took out a storage bag full of treasures, waved it gently, and the ground was immediately clean. A storage bag of top-grade magic weapon level? Li Quanqing put the longevity turtle into the spirit beast bag. His eyes lit up. Elder, there is a spirit tree in the snake nest. Dig it up together. Too much trouble. Although Li Quanqing said this, he still carried the boy and flew to the center of the island. Because the inside of the snake nest is an open air cave, the two saw the lush thunder peach tree at a glance. Hey, this place is not ordinary. It can actually cause changes in the celestial phenomena. There must be treasures buried. Li Quanqing is an old and experienced man. Looking at the dark clouds and lightning gathering above the sky, he found something wrong at a glance. Li Quanqing didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. They carefully dug out the peach tree and found something extraordinary. The soil at the root of the tree was actually light purple, like sticky mud, and silver white electric light shuttled through the soil, which was a strange scene. The third elder searched for a while and finally dug out a purple jade stone about half the size of a palm in the ground vein. What is this? A spirit stone. Li Quanqing looked curious and felt that it looked similar to a low-grade spirit stone, but it was much larger. Li Quanqing touched the purple stone in his hand, and his eyes were complicated. I wonder if you are lucky. You haven't been out for a few years, and you ran into a golden elixir ruins when you went out. You are so lucky that you dug out a high-grade spirit stone. What? This thing is a high-grade spirit stone. Li Quanqing's eyes widened. Unbelievable. Spirit stones also have upper, middle and lower grades. A high-grade spirit stone is worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Even many foundation building cultivators have never seen it. It is indeed a high-grade thunder spirit stone, but it has been consumed by someone, leaving only an empty shell. The third elder pointed to the silver-purple soil on the ground. The high-grade spirit stone can actively absorb the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth and slowly recover. After another 1,000 years, a second-grade spirit vein should be formed here. Li Quanqing was shocked when he heard it, but it was a pity that it took too long. Take it and bury it on your Yulang Island. It can increase the concentration of spiritual energy. It is a treasure that many people cannot ask for. Li Quanqing stuffed the thunder spirit stone to the boy and put the thunder peach tree and the silver purple mud into the storage bag. He dug deep into the ground. The two flew around the island, and the third elder suddenly sighed. I understand. What do you understand? Without waiting for the boy to ask, the old man gave the answer himself. Before, there was a great monk with thunder spirit roots who opened a cave on this island to heal his wounds or a treat. He sucked up a top-grade spirit stone and buried the empty shell here. As for how old this great monk was, whether he was a golden elixir or a primordial infant, they didn't know. Master, if we take this spirit stone, will it cause and effect with the other party? Li Quanqing suddenly felt a little scared. Li Quanqing said unhappily, if the senior really cared, he would at least leave a formation or a stone tablet to warn future generations, not just dig it out like this now. The methods of those great monks are not as rough and casual as you think. Just take it with ease. Li Quanqing was relieved when he heard this. He identified the direction and led the three elders straight to the giant ruins. This was his first time flying between heaven and earth. He felt an indescribable wonderful experience surged in his heart, as if the whole world was spreading out under his feet. The wind was whistling in his ears, and he was nervous and excited. In order to take care of the boy, Li Quanqing deliberately flew low, flew very steadily, and did not fly very fast. Li Quanqing looked around, and his vision was unprecedentedly broad, with the outline of the sea and the distant skyline in full view. It was as if he had broken free of all constraints and merged with the entire sky. Master, it's in that direction. As soon as Li Quanqing stretched out his finger, he saw a huge column of light rising into the sky at the end of the sea, shining for hundreds of miles. The light column penetrated the sky and the earth, and the light was dazzling, comparable to the red sun that had just risen. The amazing essence of heaven and earth dissipated, turning into waves of spiritual energy tides, sweeping in all directions, shaking the sea, and spreading into the void. Such a rich essence. Li Quanqing took a deep breath. Even at such a long distance, he still felt his pores dilate, and his whole body relaxed. This fluctuation is indeed a third-level spiritual vein. The majestic spiritual energy that has been suppressed for thousands of years has gushed out in an instant. Li Quanqing's eyes flashed with a trace of heat. This relic has just been opened and manifested in the world. I came at the right time. Moo. Accompanied by a low and melodious roar, a phantom of a blue whale suddenly emerged from the light column. This whale was as huge as an island. Its fins were like clouds hanging from the sky, and its blue body set off surging waves, cruising in the void with great momentum. Is this a Kanghe whale? Li Quanqing was not sure. He had seen records about this king of sea monsters in ancient books. It was rumored that every time it swung its tail, it could stir up huge waves. The third elder nodded. It looks like a Kanghe whale. It seems that this giant in ruins has a close relationship with the Kanghe whale. Moo. The Kanghe whale looked up to the sky and cried loudly, flying around the sky for several circles, and finally exploded with the light column, turning into a half skylight point and dispersing. The giant in ruins are truly opened. You kid, run back to Yulong Island by yourself. I'm going to beat someone up. Okay. Bye. Li Quanqing free fell and rotated 1800 degrees in the air. He landed steadily on the sea. His feet sank and floated in the sea water with only a few waves stirring. Full marks for diving. As soon as Li Quanqing took out the green water shuttle, he saw 2 talismans in the top grade storage bag fluttering in front of him. The talisman paper surged with terrifying power comparable to foundation building. Here you go. It's a replacement for the talisman you gave to that kid Quanemo. Before the third elder finished speaking, he activated the green jade armor and flew out in a shadow, leaving behind only a deafening sonic boom that echoed endlessly on the sea. Chapter 81 Three Evils. Huolala. The green water shuttle shuttled through the vast sea water as fast as aqua blue lightning, leaving only a fine white mark, making it difficult to see its trace. This was the first time that Li Quanqing used this top-grade magic weapon to escape. The speed was very fast, but it was also very frustrating. The space inside the green water shuttle was too narrow, and there was no place to turn over. It was not much better than the thin wooden coffin, and the oppression around was like a shadow. Fortunately, the speed of this magic weapon was really fast. In just over an hour, he rushed out of the sea water for thousands of miles, completely away from this place of right and wrong that was about to trigger disputes among many monks. Li Quanqing looked up, and the purple-red sea water completely faded and turned into the deep blue sea water like a gem. The transition between the two colors was clear, as if separated by a clear dividing line. Finally escaped. Li Quanqing controlled the green water shuttle to jump out of the water, drilled out from it, and floated on the sea, breathing in fresh air. Along the way, he could be said to be moving against the flow of people. Across the sea, he could see many independent cultivators rushing frantically towards the direction of the ancient ruins. There was no way the movement of that beam of light was too loud, reaching the sky and the earth, illuminating the sea for hundreds of miles. The purple blood sea was full of monsters and rich in resources, and there were many independent cultivators who came here to make a living. At this time, they called their friends and almost all of them went out. This is independent cultivators. It is difficult to practice. Once they see any benefits, they will turn into bloodthirsty locusts and swarm in. They will not stop until they dig 3 feet into the ground. I'm afraid that even the Sitter family did not expect that such a big commotion would occur. Is that relic really an ancient sect destroyed by the enemy? Why does it seem to be well preserved? Li Quanqing thought of the scene he had seen before. The phantom of the Kanghe whale that emerged from the beam of light seemed to be similar to the existence of a formation spirit. He shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Longevity turtle, let's go. Go home. Li Quanqing sat on the wide and comfortable turtle shell, and even put a cushion under his buttocks, replacing the cramped space of the green water shuttle. He took out green plum wine and roasted beast meat and ate while feeding the turtle, just like a rich young man going out to sea. The vast sea, lying down and watching the sea, the scenery is pleasant, and the daily life is very comfortable. Strange, why haven't the eldest brother and the second brother sent any news yet? What big thing happened in the purple blood sea? On a large spiritual island, Baleosan looked at the sea in the distance and walked around anxiously from time to time. As the 3 evil men of the Bay family with a great reputation in the nearby sea area, the 3 brothers made a lot of money by relying on their powerful cultivation. to kill people and rob goods. Not only did they raise a group of robbers, but they even forcibly occupied a spiritual island and collected tolls from the merchant ships passing by, which was considered to be a retirement. This morning, the spies stationed in the Purple Blood Sea suddenly reported that a foundation building cave was suspected to have appeared. Thinking of the grand event a few years ago, Beleoda could not sit still and dragged his second brother to the Purple Blood Sea. The third brother, who had the weakest cultivation, was left to look after the house and waited anxiously. He also wanted to divide up the treasures in the ruins. Third master, there seems to be a fat sheep passing by our sea area. Do you want to do anything? Suddenly, a younger brother tiptoed over and reported carefully. Huh? Fat sheep? How fat can it be? Beleosin asked subconsciously, almost forming a conditioned reflex. After all, robbery cultivation is his main business, and he is very skilled in the business. A lone family monk, wearing a shiny robe, very young, looks like a young man going out for fun, without even a guard. Beleosin was a little tempted. Which family is he from? Look carefully to see if there is a family pattern on his clothes. Don't kick the iron plate. Although the three brothers have all reached the late stage of key refining, if they provoke those big families, they will still be killed without a complete body. The younger brothers looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. The distance is too far. I can't see clearly, Master-san. A bunch of trash. Beleosin cursed, and came to the bunker hidden in the dense forest on the island, to look out in person. A young Taoist riding a dark green turtle appeared in the field of vision. It was indeed far away, at least 20 to 30 miles away from the sea, and only a silhouette could be barely seen. Beleosin took out an iron cylinder that looked like a telescope. This was a gadget developed by mortals for going out to sea, and the design was very ingenious. But precisely because there was no fluctuation of mana, it would not arouse the vigilance and attention of the monks. Beleosin raised the iron cylinder and aimed it. The moment he saw clearly with the help of the glass mirror, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Damn it, King Li Clan, who said it was a big fat sheep just now, stand up, I won't kill you. With spit all over his face, a younger brother said with a stiff face, Third master, why should we be afraid of him alone? Besides, the Li family and the Z family have never been birds of a feather, they deserve to be killed. Beozu Island, Z family. Hearing this name, Beleosin gritted his teeth and a huge hatred rose in his heart. Although the three brothers are not twins, they are from the same key refining family Mo family, which is attached to the Z family of Beozu Island, and is considered to be very prosperous. Decades ago, a mortal island controlled by the Mo family actually gave birth to a top-grade spiritual root. According to the rules of Shuhua Sword Sect, all the top-grade spiritual roots measured by all the forces under its command, who are not descendants of the family's own bloodline, must be sent to the mountain gate. The head of the Mo family was greedy and wanted to secretly change the child's surname. Maybe the Mo family could also produce a great foundation building monk in the future. Later, the truth was revealed. The Shuhua Sword Sect issued an order, and the Z family immediately dispatched the entire family to kill the chicken, to scare the monkeys and wipe out the entire Mo family. That year, the three evil men of the Bei family were just children who had just grown up. They were sent away in advance to hide their names. With the resources left by the family, they finally cultivated to their current level. Beleosin closed his eyes, thinking of his parents who died tragically, and the family's main island that was burned to the ground. Finally, he said, take the treasure light toad. Gugwa. A golden big toad was taken out of the cage. It looked jeweled and precious, and its eyeballs were like colorful gems. Baby, come and show the master, how is the treasure light on this person? Beleosin held the big toad, and couldn't let it go. This was a monster beast species that the three brothers accidentally obtained. It was born with strange pupils, and could see the treasure light on the monks. He touched the back of the Beoguang toad, which was covered with bumps in the shape of copper coins. The more abundant the precious light was, the more copper coins would light up. Quack. The Beoguang toad croaked, opened its eyes, and looked at the young man riding a turtle on the sea. A dazzling precious light suddenly bloomed, occupying all the vision, making the toad's eyes hurt. It had never seen such a rich and arrogant cultivator. In the dull eyes of the crowd, all the copper coin bumps were lit up, blooming with unprecedented golden light. The dazzling golden light illuminated the dumbfounded face of Balaozan, and his head was buzzing. The last time I saw such a strange phenomenon was when the three brothers secretly spied on a great foundation building cultivator. We are rich, big brother, we are going to be rich. Strange, why do I feel like someone is spying on me? Li Quanqing glanced at an island dozens of miles away, chanted the sword lightly, and automatically sounded the alarm. He patted the tortoise shell under his seat, signaling the longevity tortoise to take a detour and avoid this spiritual island far away. After all, the sea is vast, and it would only take a little longer. He was not afraid of any robbery, thinking that he would be able to escape with a high probability if he encountered a foundation building cultivator, but out of his inherent caution, he did not want to cause any trouble. The longevity turtle swam hundreds of miles in one breath, and saw that the island was no longer in sight, and nothing unusual happened. Li Quanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Swish! Exclamation mark. It was at the moment, when he showed his slackness, that a talisman suddenly rushed from the sky above his head, as fast as a meteor. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Zenhei bell rang without wind, actively protecting its master, and a circle of sound waves spread out, turning into a sword light like water waves covering all directions. Li Quanqing's movements were even faster. He took out the golden light shield talisman and crushed it, turning it into a series of 10 layers of golden light shields to protect him and the longevity turtle inside. Pop! The sound waves vibrated, and the talisman shattered in response, turning into light spots scattered all over the sky. Unexpectedly, these light spots were like phantoms, directly penetrating the golden light shield talisman and falling on the boy, non-toxic and harmless. Buzz! Sensing the boy's breath, a lotus as big as a millstone bloomed in the void, and the spiritual light showed traces, with a total of 7 petals of lotus taking shape. Spirit sensing talisman. Li Quanqing snorted. This kind of talisman can sense the cultivation level, and is the favorite of those casual cultivators. He raised his head, and saw a cloud boat hanging in the sky not far away, hiding its breath and slowly revealing it. The group of cultivators are greedy. According to the editor's notice, it will be officially launched at 12 noon tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 is on the shelves. Don't keep it. As the title says, this book was released on October 16th, which is around 12 noon today. I'll put out a bowl and ask for the first order with confidence. I beg all readers to pity my little Pugy, knock down and thank the Emperor for his grace. As for updates, there will definitely be a little burst of updates, confirmed, in the daily updates afterwards. Pugy will strive to maintain the 6th place and fight for the 8th place. If the results are good, I will resign immediately, quickly, and slickly. I'll dump this class. I'll make it regret it. Then I'll give everyone a slide and perform a 10,000 word burst. Maybe, sweat. Anyway, in order to be fully present, the author of Pugy will do my best to make it through to the end. But after all, it's a life and death moment, and I'm still a little nervous. Whispering. That's all. The end. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you all. Moved, crying, holding a broken bowl, and knocking down to thank everyone one by one. Sprinkle flowers. Chapter 83, Li Quanqing. Above the vast expanse of sky, it was as clear and transparent as glass. A cloud boat as white and flawless as a white cloud was floating leisurely, and the narrow cabin was filled with more than a dozen monks, looking greedy. 1 key refining level 8. 3 key refining level 5, and a bunch of 3rd and 4th level monks. What kind of crooked melons and jujubes are these? Li Quanqing looked speechless, wondering how these guys dared to rob his storage bag. Don't you recognize the fish dragon robe on him that represents the King Gaiu Li family? It's really just a key refining level 7 monk. Brothers, take this job and we'll have a good time. Betrayals looked at the lotus that appeared from the soul-testing talisman, roared loudly, his face flushed, as if he was being reflected and swallowed by the hot greedy flames. Kill. He rushed down first, circling down like a golden winged rock, and danced a stone stick-like magic weapon with great vigor. Following closely, the remaining robbers also controlled their weapons and blades. Their pupils were scarlet and filled with bloodthirsty light. Their minds were obviously abnormal. They must have taken elixirs that stimulated their combat power and potential, and they were fearless. Green water sword technique. Li Quanqing looked calm, and his slender fingers came together and swung down, like a sharp sword. Drops of sword energy in the shape of water drops suddenly burst out. These sword energy were crystal clear, like the purest water drops, but contained a powerful force that was frightening. The sword energy broke through the air, leaving sword marks like water waves, blooming like lotus flowers. Pop, pop, pop. Every drop of green water sword energy that bloomed could easily pierce the throat bone and harvest a life. In the blink of an eye, the water surface was full of corpses, and the bright red blood flowed out of those wounds, which was shocking. The originally clear seawater turned blood red, and the smell of blood was pungent. No matter how much pills and talismans he used to defend himself, or how high his morale was, it was still difficult to resist the huge gap between his cultivation skills and swordsmanship. Instant kill. Oh no, it's actually a peerless swordsman. Retreat. Betrayals was instantly scared to death, and a chill rose from his bones, and rushed straight to his head. He never thought that the greed in his heart would turn into a ghost talisman that would hasten his death. Clang. The sword rang loudly, and drops of green water sword energy stained with blood pierced through the sky and went straight to his vital points. Good, protect me. As a top cultivator among the casual cultivators, Betrayals still had the ability to adapt to circumstances. At the critical moment, a copper gourd suddenly flew out from behind him, with an ancient and mysterious color. The mouth of the gourd trembled slightly, spraying a layer of spiritual light, swallowing all the sword energy into the gourd's belly. Ding ding dang dang. Accompanied by the harsh sound of iron hammering, the copper gourd shook violently and finally wiped out the sword energy. A few cracks appeared and it almost broke from the inside. Betrayals didn't dare to stay any longer. He grabbed the copper gourd and prepared to jump onto the cloud boat to escape alone. Li Quanqing gently shook the Zenhei bell on his waist. The low bell sound echoed endlessly, ripples spread, and the sound waves shook his soul. Ding ding. Betrayals felt as if a sledgehammer hit his head hard. His ears were buzzing, his eyes were black, and his body was stiff. He couldn't escape back to the cloud boat in time. With a thud, Li Quanqing stepped on the turtle shell, and his copper bone body was instantly stimulated, turning into a bronze giant across hundreds of meters of sea surface, as fast as lightning, and arrived in the blink of an eye. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, his momentum was fierce. Die for me. He opened his eyes wide, and waved the kingly sword in his hand. He split ocean with force, and his magic power rolled, turning into a crescent-shaped majestic sword energy. Ding! Exclamation mark. In a hurry, Betrayals only had time to raise a stone stick in front of him to fight for a glimmer of life. The next moment, the majestic sword energy hidden deep in the kingly sword burst out, and an overwhelming force was poured out. The sword light whistled past, the stone stick shattered, and the gravel flew everywhere, which was unbelievable. In the remorseful eyes of Betrayals, a big head flew up into the sky, and he died with his eyes wide open. After a while, a column of hot and bright red blood gushed out of the cavity, and the blood fell like rain, and the headless body fell to the ground with a bang. You are so weak. Why do you come out to be a robbery cultivator? You can farm in peace in your next life, uncle. Li Quanqing stretched his muscles and bones, and the bronze bones in his body rang and crackled, feeling that he had not had enough fun at all. He hadn't revealed any of his trump cards yet. Boom! The cultivators who stayed in the cloud boat above his head saw this, and immediately increased their speed to the limit, trying to escape back to the island. Li Quanqing had long set his eyes on this free and easy cloud boat, so how could he let it go? He flew up from the sky like a cannonball, smashed the protective formation with one punch, landed steadily on the deck, stood with a cold face, and sword in hand. Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare our lives. The two robbery cultivators knelt down with a plop, wailing and kowtowing like pounding garlic. Their courage was broken. Li Quanqing destroyed their danshan and cultivation one by one with a sword, forced them to extract all kinds of information, and finally sent them to death. The three evils of the Bei family, the remnants of the Mo family, the strange beast Bei Guangchen. Li Quanqing touched his chin. He didn't expect that someone would rush to give him treasures. The cultivation of the three brothers of the Bei family is indeed good. The eldest brother is at the 9th level of key refining, and the other two are at the 8th level of key refining. They are definitely top-notch figures among casual cultivators. But in his opinion, they are just like that, trash. He is more interested in Bei Guangchen. It is born with heterochromatic eyes, and can see the precious light on the body of the cultivator. It can be called an alien monster, and is worth cultivating. Although this treasure-light toad has grown up and entered the early stage of key refining, it can just verify another conjecture of mine. If those adult monsters break through their cultivation under my cultivation, will there be a chance of light ball rewards? Li Quanqing has always been very positive about the various developments of the golden finger. He jumped onto the sea and started the popular corpse touching blind box session. This group of robbery cultivators is smart. They didn't put any valuable things on them. They hid them all in their nests and were very poor. The only thing that caught his eye was the copper gourd. The copper gourd is made of hard material and can absorb spells and magic weapon attacks into the gourd for refining. It is a very practical top-grade magic weapon. Let's go and grab the treasure light toad. Li Quanqing collected the longevity turtle and flicked out a few flame talismans with his fingers. The flames were blazing and destroyed the corpses. He jumped onto the Xiaoyao cloud boat, and the blue sea's magic power surged like a tide. He easily refined this top-grade magic weapon and flew back and forth in the air. The white cloud-like floating spirit boat cut through the sky and headed straight for the enemy's lair. The three brothers of the Bei family were smart. They set up a formation on the island, which was enough to resist the 9th level key refining cultivators. The remaining 7 or 8 robbery cultivators on the island were trembling with fear when they saw the villain coming, and they stubbornly guarded the formation and refused to come out. It's just a turtle shell. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Li Quanqing stood at the bow, carrying a long sword on his back, his green robe rustling, and he really had the demeanor of a decent cultivator who exorcises demons and defends the way. He took off the water dragon pendant on his waist, poured a little magic power into it, and activated the vast power contained in it. Yin! Exclamation mark. A water dragon with bared fangs and claws took shape in the blink of an eye, swallowing and spitting out a large amount of seawater. Its body was winding, more than 20 feet long, and it was surging with a trace of heart-pounding power. Go. The water dragon shook its head and tail, moving forward without hesitation, and suddenly crashed into the surface of the formation, exploding all the amazing magic power contained in its body, shaking the earth and mountains. Li Quanqing remained calm and continued to perform the second water dragon technique. His gestures were enough to kill ordinary 9th level key refining cultivators, who were terrified. Boom. Amid the deafening sound, the entire island was shaking, as if an earth dragon was turning over, and the rocks were flying through the air, as if they were about to break, cracking into hideous large cracks. The earth's ki was surging, the spiritual veins were disordered, and the formation flags and formation bases hidden in various parts of the island exploded one after another in this disaster. In the void, the formation patterns collapsed one after another, turning into the purest essence, and returning to the world, announcing the collapse. Li Quanqing stepped into it calmly, as if he was in an empty place, holding the kingly sword, to send everyone to heaven and earth early, and transcend their physical bodies. Is this the Baoguang toad? He swaggered and found a golden toad, carrying copper coins on its back, dazzlingly golden, and looking very noble. Gemstone Baoguang toad. I'm a rich and noble beauty in the toad world. Poor people don't deserve me. Sponsor, please support me. Cultivation. Key refining level 3, 17%. Chapter 84 Ice Feather. Li Quanqing stroked the numb back of the toad, and the toad squinted its eyes in comfort, and its sac squeaked. Gugua. Gugua. This strange beast is very strange, and feeds on precious energy, so it likes to stay with those wealthy cultivators, and devour the precious energy to practice. I didn't expect that this is still a female toad. Li Quanqing smiled slightly. Most of the spiritual beasts he raised were male, and females were really rare. He counted the copper coin lumps on the back of the toad. There were more than 40 in total, which were small and round, showing a dark golden luster. According to the words of those robbers, as long as the treasure is placed in front of the toad, it can actively identify the value of the treasure. The more precious energy the item contains, the brighter these copper coins will be. Let's try it. Li Quanqing took out the kingly sword and placed it in front of the golden little toad, poking its round belly. Gugua. Bao Guangchen looked at the magic sword flashing with green light in front of him, called lazily, and 5 or 6 copper coins lit up on his back. So little, you are quite picky about food. Li Quanqing smiled and took out the top grade magic weapon, the green scale shield, and placed it there. It was as thick as a tortoise shell, with sharp edges. Gua. Bao Guangchen called out, and finally got a little interested, lighting up 13 copper coins, shining with golden light. Come again. Li Quanqing took out the most precious Zenhei bell on his body, which was a good treasure of the spiritual weapon level. Sure enough, the next second, Bao Guangchen made a loud goo 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 goo, and its big gem-like eyes were frighteningly bright. It jumped up directly from the ground, holding the fist-sized bell tightly, squinting its eyes in ecstasy, absorbing a trace of treasure energy to practice, puffing up clouds and exhaling mist. The copper coins on its back had already lit up more than 30 pieces, and the light was dazzling. Let go, this thing can't be played with by you. The boy was afraid that the Zenhei bell would swallow too much treasure energy and something would go wrong, so he quickly stretched out his fingers to fiddle with it. But the spirit toad was holding it too tightly, using all 4 webbed feet, and its big belly was tightly against the wall of the bell, leaving no gap. Li Quanqing didn't dare to really use force, for fear of crushing the Bao Guang toad to death. After carefully searching for a moment, he took out a purple jade stone. Quack, quack. The moment it saw the top grade spirit stone, the Bao Guang toad was as excited as if it saw a mountain of gold in front of it, and it trembled all over. More than 40 copper coins, all lit up. It threw away the Zenhei bell with disdain, jumped on its hind legs, and wanted to hold the thunder spirit stone tightly in its arms. Li Quanqing naturally wouldn't let it do what it wanted. With a rumble, he used his magic power to stimulate the purple spirit stone to glow, and a silver purple arc of electricity popped out. The Bao Guang toad screamed, and was struck by lightning and flew out, rolling on the ground. However, this spirit beast was very tenacious, and it pounced on it again and again, and was struck dozens of times. Only then did it become obedient and honest, and spit out wisps of black smoke from its mouth, looking very miserable. The Bao Guangchen slumped in the palm of the young man. The electric current on the surface of its skin ran wildly, twitching from time to time, and shaking all over. After all, it was not raised from childhood. The adult monster is quite wild and needs to be polished slowly. Li Quanqing put away the Zenhei bell and the thunder spirit stone, and began to search the island. Finally, he found an underground treasure house under the 3 brothers' bedroom. So poor. He looked at the more than 2,000 spirit stones, 7 or 8 low-grade magic tools, and a few sea spirit materials and monster materials, and was a little disappointed. After all, he was a casual cultivator, and had no habit of saving money. Whatever treasure he got, he would either use it himself, or give it to others in exchange. The most precious treasure should be carried by Boss Bay. It's good to be able to get these. Li Quanqing comforted himself, and looted all the spoils. Gugua. The Bao Guangchen suddenly cried at this time, jumped down from his shoulder, squatted in front of a wall and kept calling. HMM. Something's wrong? Li Quanqing looked at the wall, and after paying close attention, he discovered that a trace of shocking cold air was escaping. Secret door. Secret passage? Li Quanqing touched the cold stone wall, and with a loud bang, he swung his fist and smashed it. Under the crushing force of the strong brute force, all the traps were useless. The rocks rolled, smoke and dust rose, and a narrow secret passage that could only accommodate 1 person appeared, and at the end, led to a secret room. Crack. The terrifying cold air gushed out like a surging tide, spreading at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it formed a dark white layer of cold icicles, which exuded a biting coldness, as if it could freeze everything. They spread rapidly along the wall, like cold giant pythons, and wherever they passed, they were shrouded in the extreme cold. It's so cold. Li Quanqing couldn't help but shiver, and the cold air rushed towards him, forming a layer of frost on his eyebrows. Such an amazing chill reminded him of the terrible snowstorm that year. What's in the secret room? Li Quanqing stepped in, full of curiosity. Finally, he saw an ice blue feather on a stone platform covered with a thick layer of ice. The feather lay quietly in the ice. Its color was like the deep ocean and the pure ice crystal, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Gugua. Gugua. Beoguang Toad hid behind him and kept shouting. It looked at the ice feather on the stone platform, and the copper coins on its back lit up. Its eyes were full of expectation and fear. It was suppressed by its bloodline, which frightened it so much that it trembled and dared not approach. But the sweet and rich treasure on the feather slowly diffused and rose in the air, which really made the toad greedy. It seems that this is a feather left by a big monster. What a treasure. Li Quanqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to reach forward and grab it. Cry! Exclamation mark. Just as he was about to touch the feathers, a high-pitched bird cry suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound was so penetrating that it could penetrate gold and crack stone, as if it could pierce the sky and resound through the clouds. He seemed to see a monster bird as big as a mountain rushing towards him, with a cold wave surging all over its body and a surging blue light, almost freezing the soul and consciousness of a person, and overwhelming the world. Ding! At the critical moment, the Zenhei bell suddenly shone brightly. The wave patterns carved on the wall of the bell seemed to come alive, and the lines began to surge slowly like a lively stream of water, making a deafening roar of the sea. At the same time, the soul sword flew out in a crystal sword light. The sword light was invisible and intangible, but it exuded a powerful aura. It was like a flash of lightning, shuttling through the secret room at a very fast speed, and even the ice layer could not block it. Wherever the crystal sword light went, all the pressure and illusions were broken and disappeared without a trace. The pressure brought by the huge monster bird was shattered like fragile glass under the impact of the sword light. Li Quanqing felt relieved, as if he had woken up from a terrible nightmare. What a weird feather. Li Quanqing came to his senses, and found that his entire arm was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was freezing cold. It was just a little bit of the remaining will of the monster, but it was so terrifying. What kind of monster left this treasure? Fortunately, this illusion was not very strong, and it could be easily broken free with a second person calling softly. Li Quanqing broke free from the ice and carefully picked up the feather. A layer of frost gushed out instantly, spreading along his palm to his chest and all over his body. Even though he had expected it, with his strong physique, he actually felt a biting cold at this moment. The coldness seemed to be countless sharp ice spikes, deeply piercing his skin, making his body tremble involuntarily, and his blood was about to freeze into ice chips. His face slightly changed color, and he hurriedly threw the feather into the storage bag. Unexpectedly, just after Li Quanqing put the feather into the storage bag, a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the surface of the storage bag. The ice spread, and the storage bag suddenly made a sound of being overwhelmed. It was almost damaged under the invasion of this powerful coldness, and it could break at any time. Seeing this, Li Quanqing was frightened, and hurriedly took out the feather. Looking at the feather emitting an ice blue light in his hand, he finally understood why the three brothers had to dig out a secret room to worship this precious feather. The chill emitted by this feather is too strong, and ordinary storage bags can't bear it at all. After thinking for a while, Li Quanqing decided to try again. The blue sea mana surged, like a surging tide, wrapping the ice blue feather layer by layer. Finally, it condensed into a blue ice ball the size of a human head, which finally slowed down the invasion of the cold. Li Quanqing took out the storage bag of the third elder. This was a top-grade magic weapon, made of tougher materials, and contained 100-foot space. He put the feather into a corner of the storage bag, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after observing it. Bingai did not cause any more trouble, and he left the secret room with the Beoguang Toad in satisfaction. Chapter 85, Gold Marrow Jade Mine. Chanzi, come home with me. Li Quanqing stood at the bow of the cloud boat, looking at the raging sea of fire below, burning all the buildings on the island. When it burned into ruins, he used the water control technique, to manipulate the sea water to rage, just like the destruction of the world by the Sky River, wiping out all the remaining breath of himself. In a flash, the spiritual island became a mess. When I return to the family, I will issue a wanted bounty order and spread the information that the Bay brothers are the remnants of the Mo family, and let the Z family send people to hunt them down. Steady. Li Quanqing never makes it easy for his enemies. He must cut the grass and eradicate it. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The free and easy cloud boat trembled slightly, swallowing and spitting out large clouds, and suddenly flew into the sky, with a speed similar to those spiritual boats on the sea. Li Quanqing pressed the spirit stone into the depression of the center of the magic weapon. A layer of spiritual light slowly bloomed, filtering out the fierce gale in the sky, leaving only a soft breeze blowing into the boat, which did not affect the monk's enjoyment of the scenery. Li Quanqing looked at the boundless sea below. The feeling of flying without gravity was really addictive, as if he was free. The world is so big, and he could travel freely. Quack. The Baoguan toad jumped around in the cabin excitedly. Since being caught by the three brothers, it has been locked in a cage. The toad used its webbed feet to scratch the formation, and its loose belly was blown by the wind, and it half closed its eyes comfortably. I have never experienced such a refreshing feeling. Li Quanqing didn't care at first, until he found that the Baoguan toad often changed its position, and a few copper coins on its back would light up from time to time. He only then reacted. It turned out that this toad was actually looking at the air. Which sea area hides treasures, and which islands have good things buried, can be said to be clear at a glance. Wow, this toad is incredible. It's simply a biological self-propelled treasure detector. Li Quanqing exclaimed, and became more and more fond of the jeweled little golden toad. He casually took out a magic weapon and let it hold it to play. In fact, every time the Baoguan toad peeked into the spiritual light, it would consume the precious energy in its body. But now that it was with a wealthy dog owner, it could not spend it all. It could not spend it all. In the words of the third elder, my luck has always been good. I won't really run into any ancestral cave or peerless treasure, right? Li Quanqing was thinking in his heart, and suddenly heard the Baoguan toad pointing in a certain direction and chirping excitedly. Its abdomen bulged and contracted, and the frog's croak was deep and powerful, like thunder in the sky, and its expression was excited and excited. No way, am I really the son of luck? Li Quanqing looked over with interest, and immediately saw more than 30 pieces of golden copper coins flashing and shining brightly. Although not as good as the Thunder Spirit Stone, it was more than a few more than the Zhenhe Bell. Li Quanqing was immediately happy. He really ran into a good treasure. He stopped the cloud boat and picked up the spiritual toad, only to see the little guy pointing in a certain direction and croaking non-stop, drooling with greed. Following the guidance of the Baoguan toad, Li Quanqing found a bare stone island. It was not very big, only 2 or 3 miles in radius. The island was bare, with little vegetation, not much life, and thin spiritual energy. It looked barren and barren. What treasures can there be here? Li Quanqing was wondering when the Baoguan toad croaked and jumped from his arms to the island. The spirit toad walked around and looked around, and finally stopped, opened its mouth, and began to swallow the soil. This strange guy, is he hungry? Li Quanqing looked strange. Although the Baoguan toad looked golden, the 5 element in its body actually tended to be earth. It was understandable that it liked to eat soil. The Baoguan toad lay quietly on a stone, and its round body looked a little naive. It opened its mouth and began to suck the soil. The mouth was opened very wide, like a bottomless pit with no bottom in sight. As it sucked, the soil was sucked into its mouth continuously. Soon, a shallow pit appeared, and it was getting bigger and deeper. Suddenly, with a thud, a jade light flashed, and a jade mixed with a large piece of silt suddenly flew out and hit the rock where the toad was laying. The jade exuded a warm light, and there were faint golden spots flashing in the sun, which seemed particularly mysterious. The spirit toad's face was brightened, and the lazy look disappeared instantly. Its eyes were fixed on the jade, and its eyes were full of excitement and desire. It croaked loudly, and couldn't wait to swallow the jade into its stomach. However, at this moment, a huge hand suddenly descended from the sky, with endless majesty, pressed the golden toad under the 5-finger mountain, and suppressed it ruthlessly. Golden marrow jade? Li Quanqing ignored the protest of the treasure light toad and grabbed the spiritual jade in his hand. After blowing away the mud, the flawless white jade appeared in the field of vision. The shape was extremely irregular, without any traces of polishing, but it exuded a simple and pure beauty. Inside the crystal clear jade, the golden jewel suddenly ripples like water waves, the luster is shimmering, and the golden brilliance and the mutton fat white jade complement each other. It is the top grade precious jade, the golden marrow jade. Li Quanqing once traded a few pieces with people in Beijing, and with the help of the golden marrow jade, he cultivated his bronze bone body, so he was very impressed. How could there be golden marrow jade here? Could it be? Li Quanqing rolled up his sleeves and instantly took out the kingly sword. With the surge of magic power, he used it as a hoe. Digging. Lois flew, and a big pit was soon dug out. Bao Guangchen squatted on the piled up earth and croaked anxiously. Li Quanqing dug dozens of meters deep, and finally dug into the hard rock layer, but still could not see the trace of the precious jade. Just when he was about to give up, there was a crisp sound of ding suddenly from where the kingly sword fell. There was silence underground. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the young man, no less than a thunderclap from the ground. Li Quanqing's eyes instantly looked there, staring at it without blinking, almost frozen. You know, a flying sword can cut iron like mud, and even if it is used to dig stones, it is still as easy as cutting tofu. What could be the thing that could block the kingly sword? Li Quanqing couldn't wait, and swung his sword again, and the stone layer suddenly cracked, and a ray of moist jade light bloomed. He waved his sleeves, and a strong wind emerged, and his magic power surged, crushing all the gravel under his feet into powder, and finally saw the specific scene. It was a layer of pale white rock. The color was almost transparent, extending to an unknown distance, and the border was almost invisible. It can be vaguely seen that in the deepest part of the rock layer, one piece after another of flawless white jade is inlaid there, blooming with indescribable precious light. In the deepest part of those white jades, the golden luster gathered and stirred, as if forming a dreamlike golden river, rushing towards the deepest part of the darkness. Golden marrow jade vein. The golden light filled his pupils. Even with Li Quanqing's temperament, his handsome face was still full of shock. He made a fortune. He really made a fortune this time. A vein of golden marrow jade. Not to mention the jade bone body. Even the glass body can be cultivated to perfection. From now on, I, Li, can also say that I have a mine at home. Exclamation mark. Goo 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 goo. The treasure light toad couldn't wait to jump into the mine pit, and its whole body was in the shape of a big on the surface of the rock layer, swallowing and exhaling a large amount of treasure energy, wishing to drill into the mine vein and travel freely. Li Quanqing pressed his mouth and held the golden toad in his arms, rubbing and kneading it. Although you guys curse me to be lonely and widowed when you have nothing to do, it doesn't matter, I forgive you. Li Quanqing jumped out of the mine pit, thinking about how to deal with this huge vein. He certainly couldn't dig it all by himself, and he didn't have the time and energy, because there were a large group of spiritual beasts at home waiting to be fed. Still the same as before, let the family develop it? Li Quanqing hesitated. This was undoubtedly the most worry-free and labor-saving method. He only needed to lie down and collect money. The only problem was that the third elder was still fighting in the ruins, and it was unknown when he would come out. His biggest backer in the Li family was gone. Would such a valuable jade mine arouse the covetousness and greed of other family elders? Li Quanqing was thinking, and an item in his storage bag suddenly made a buzzing sound. He was stunned for a moment, and took the item out of the storage bag. It turned out to be the Wanyu mirror. The fish pattern on the surface of the treasure mirror kept swimming, indicating that another family monk holding the Wanyu mirror was approaching quickly, as if sensing his breath. Who is it? Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing's heart sank, and he hurriedly prepared to fill the mine again, but it was already a step too late. Rumble. The thunder roared and deafened the ears, and a purple sword light suddenly rushed from the horizon, as powerful as thunder, and arrived in the blink of an eye. The sword mark suddenly pulled, turning into a huge purple streak of more than 10 feet, like a streak of the sky, that cut through the sky, with thunder lingering around for a long time. After the light dissipated, a purple-robed Taoist appeared, stepping on the void, with warm eyes, looking at the boy very kindly. Are you Li Quanqing? Why isn't that kid Ali with you? Chapter 86 Li Kunlun. Li. Li Quanqing looked at the purple-robed Taoist in front of him and couldn't help blinking. He looked only in his early 20s, gentle and elegant, with a gentle smile on his lips, as bright and handsome as the sun. It made people feel good from the bottom of their hearts. But Li Quanqing didn't dare to really treat the other party as a peer. The reason was simple. This young Taoist was walking in the air, with a high and ethereal fairy air all over his body. A great monk who had established his foundation. In an instant, Li Quanqing guessed the other party's identity, and he wanted to slide down and hug this thickest thigh he had ever seen. Fortunately, he still had some shame. The young man was respectful, performed the disciples' etiquette, and showed a pure and innocent shy smile. Li Quanqing, a disciple of the Quanqing, greets the Supreme Elder. Oh, you actually recognized me? Li Kunlun looked at the blue-clothed young man in front of him with interest. He had heard someone mention the name Quanqing too many times, but this was the first time he had seen it. He was indeed extraordinary, with such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. He could be called a man of excellent physique and a young talent. The Supreme Elder is wise and powerful, and his thunder technique is superb. Who in this Wanli Sea doesn't know your reputation? Li Quanqing spoke shamelessly, without blushing or beating his heart. As expected of a brother, Li Kunlun also liked this, and his smile became more and more amiable. Yes, you are really good. My Li family has a son, Quanqing, and we can be said to have a successor. Li Quanqing was embarrassed by the praise. Report to the Supreme Elder. The Hall Master has already entered the ruins alone, not with me. He took out a jade slip. This is the sea route map to the ruins and various intelligence and events. There is absolutely no mistake or omission. You are thoughtful. Li Kunlun could see that the jade slip had been prepared long ago. This junior was indeed thoughtful. He took the jade slip, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and compared it with the information he had obtained. He immediately understood it. I will deal with this matter personally. The foundation building monks from various families are about to arrive. Even the Shuhua sword sect has made some unusual movements. You should return to the family as soon as possible. When Li Quanqing heard this, he was shocked and felt that he was not far enough away from the Purple Blood Sea. This gold marrow jade mine must be dealt with as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he straightened his back and said loudly, report to the Supreme Elder. Quanqing has a treasure to present to you. I don't lack any treasures. Li Kunlun smiled and looked at the earth pit next to him. There was a hint of curiosity in his words. Is this the treasure you mentioned? In fact, he had noticed this big pit a long time ago. However, out of respect for the privacy of the younger generation, he did not spy with his spiritual sense, nor did he take it to heart. At this time, hearing this, a ray of spiritual sense probed out and saw the Baoguang toad croaking at the bottom of the mine, and the golden jade mine. Golden marrow jade mine. You discovered this. Li Kunlun was so knowledgeable and experienced that he was also a little surprised. Such a huge jade mine is enough to exchange for a low-grade spiritual weapon. Li Quanqing smiled and said that he was lucky and did not reveal the secret of the Baoguang toad. You are indeed lucky. Not only can you endure the temptation of the ruins, but this jade mine alone may be even more rewarding than breaking into the ruins. Li Kunli was amazed. I will not embezzle the things of a junior. This golden marrow jade mine is still yours. Just register it under my name. When the time comes, the family will split the profits with you 30% and 70%. The family will not take your things for nothing. This 30% profit will be returned to you in the form of contribution points as a thank you for your contribution to the clan. 70% is mine, and 30% is this. This split ratio was far beyond Li Quanqing's expectations. He originally thought that 40% and 60% was the best result. Well, he still took 40%. Unexpectedly, the words of the Grand Elder made him so happy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Quanqing smiled happily, and in his heart he called the Hall Master's brother so awesome. I will set up a formation to protect this island, and notify the family monks to arrive. You leave by yourself, don't delay any longer, so as to avoid any accidents on the way. Li Kunlun took out a set of formation flags from the storage bag and buried them. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the soil and disappeared, connecting with the earth veins. This stone island seems to be no different from before, but in fact, its core has long changed. It is covered by an extremely powerful formation, but it is not yet activated. Li Quanqing stepped on the spirit boat until the Grand Elder arranged the formation completely and left. Only then did he feel at ease. Go home. Go home. Thinking of the upcoming major foundation building families and even the huge giant insect, Li Quanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He took out the green water shuttle again, and at this time he didn't care about any comfort. He stimulated the speed to the maximum and headed straight for the Qingyu Islands. After sailing all night until the early morning, he finally saw the familiar sea scenery and returned to Yulong Island safely. Finally, I'm back. My home. Li Quanqing opened the green water shuttle and stood on the sea. He had never felt so kind and missed this spiritual island. He had not been away for long, only a little over a month, but he felt as if he was in another world. He put away the green water shuttle and walked on the waves. He was about to take out the array plate and open the protective array of Yulong Island in front of him. Suddenly, waves of excited roars came from the water in front of him, which seemed particularly abrupt in the silent night sky, breaking the quiet sound of waves. The roar was very layered, with fish, crabs, tigers, and snakes, as if these beast cubs were having an open-air party in the middle of the night. The smile on Li Quanqing's face rose. Suddenly, there was a sense of deja vu when a parent went out to work and found that the naughty children were destroying the house when he came back. What are these guys doing? Li Quanqing withdrew his hand from knocking on the door, took out the cloud boat, and quietly flew to the sky to observe. In the vast sea area of Yulongbo, the water surface was suddenly turbulent, and huge waves kept rising. The waves were raging, and a tide was deliberately created by humans. To be precise, it was not man-made, but fish-made. The fourth batch of young green jade carp fish were all out, and under the command and help of their parents, they manipulated the sea water to create waves after waves. The waves were layered and surging. After all, there were more than 1,000 young monsters, and the power they set off should not be underestimated. The height and power of the waves were even more thrilling than the real wind and waves. In the rolling waves, more than a dozen green jade carps chased each other excitedly, and their huge bodies went upstream in the waves, as if they were surfing. Moo, the cheerful calls echoed on the water. The green jade carp swimming in the front was particularly eye-catching, as green as jade, with golden scales on its back shining in the moonlight, and blazing flames burning in its eyes. It was Aoking, the fish cub, that someone loved and trusted the most. Li Quanqing clung to the edge of the cloud boat, looking distressed. Aoking, what on earth are you doing? Exclamation mark. How at the highest point of the wave, several plump big blue fish suddenly jumped out of the water, were knocked unconscious by the violent current, and drifted with the waves. The tiger roared to the sky, and the golden flame tiger suddenly flapped its wings, hovered majestically in the air, and descended from the sky. It opened its mouth and spit out a ball of golden flames, which burned fiercely and instantly wrapped the big blue fish inside, roasting it to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding an attractive aroma. The golden flame tiger looked at his masterpiece and swallowed the grilled fish in one gulp with satisfaction. It was so delicious that he stretched out his claws. Smelling the smell of grilled fish, the green water pythons also emerged from the waves, chasing after the delicious and juicy grilled fish. Their slender bodies are not suitable for surfing, but they enjoy the feeling of being hit by the waves, and are at ease. Every impact of the waves was like a full body massage, making the green water pythons feel relaxed and relaxed. Dare to eat my little brother? Aoking looked unkind, opened his mouth and spit out a thick water arrow, directly knocking the golden flame tiger into the seawater, and swallowed a few mouthfuls of salty seawater, no longer as majestic as before. Aoking held his head high, his eyes full of majesty and provocation, as if declaring his hegemony as the master of the fish pond to the golden flame tiger. Cry. The kingfeng cranes waved their wings, and flew over lightly, riding the wind and waves with an elegant posture. Their light blue wings stretched in the wind, while avoiding the wind and waves. They tried to use their claws to fish out this silly tiger cub. Snap, snap. The wind and waves surged, and the copper-clad crabs also emerged from the water, aggressively, using their crab claws to clamp the white feathers of the spiritual crane, trying to pull the king feng crane into the sea. Bah. 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 The waves were splashing, and a large number of big bluefish showed their heads on the water surface, wanting to avenge their friends. Water arrows instantly rose into the air, whirring, covering every inch of space. Jinyan, who was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the fat fish eager to try, and excitedly a few sparks came out of his mouth, and his saliva flowed down. There were also green water pythons hiding in the deep water and hunting quietly, shuttling silently in the seawater, with their bellies bulging. For a time, the whole fish pond became a mess, and a big fight between water and land started instantly, showing a picture full of vitality and vigor. Only the bright moon shells and stone loaches stayed quietly at the bottom of the water. One shell swallowed and spit out seawater to purify it, and the other silently crawled in the mud in the dark. No matter how lively the outside world is, they all said that the rain has nothing to do with me. Chapter 87 Return to the island. The vast sea was surging. A red sun jumped out of the sea, scattering warm morning light, opening the day's vitality. Li Quanqing was bathing in the warm sunshine, but his heart was chilled. He stayed on the cloud boat for a night and witnessed with his own eyes how lawless these young beast cubs were after losing their restraints. But what can he do? This is the nature of monsters, free, unrestrained, fighting and making noises. Li Quanqing couldn't put them in cages one by one and let them be a mascot quietly. So, he could only suffer the big black carp again. Thinking of the fat, juicy, and delicious big black carp, Li Quanqing couldn't help but shed sad tears. Decided to buy tens of thousands more from the family. Anyway, he is rich now. Very, very rich. The kind of rich who has a mine at home. Li Quanqing controlled the cloud boat to descend from the sky. After making psychological preparations, he directly opened the island protection formation and shouted, "I'm back." The voice resounded through the sky and was clearly heard by every spirit beast cub. Hearing the sudden shout, a golden flame tiger that had just jumped onto the beach from the sea and was shaking off its wet hair. In an instant, it rushed into the forest at the speed of light, like a golden lightning, climbed up the tree in a few seconds, and got into its own nest, with its eyes half closed and half open, pretending to be ignorant and well behaved, just woken up. A green water python heard the shout and immediately swallowed the big black fish fed to the young snake cub into its stomach. Its movements were swift and decisive, trying to destroy the body. The big black fish disappeared in its mouth in an instant, as if it had never existed. King, who was chasing the last wave, froze directly and sank straight into the seabed, not daring to show his head at all. I kept repeating in my heart, "Can't see me, can't see me." Yes, it's calm. It seems that everyone behaves well when I'm not at home. Under Li Quanqing's seat, the longevity turtle waved its claws leisurely, and the Baoguang toad also squatted on its shell, curiously watching everything, quacking. Coo. A group of kingfin cranes flew over their heads. Their feathers were messy, they were in a mess, and water was dripping from their bodies. It was obvious that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Li Quanqing pretended that he didn't see anything. The water splashed, and King swam over happily, like a guilty thief, and kept calling out. It waved its fins, and the sea surface was sparkling, and the jade-like scales were spread in front of it, almost as if there was no end. More than 1,000 jade carp swam in an orderly manner, with coordinated movements and graceful postures, which looked spectacular. "I want to turn into a dragon, green jade carp. Master, I miss you so much. Look how well I manage the fish pond. I'm not playing around. I'm not surfing. I'm not. Cultivation. Key refining level 4. 49%. Li Quanqing rubbed the fish's head. Seeing that King had not fallen behind in his cultivation, the last bit of anger in his heart disappeared completely. "You performed very well. I'll reward you with monster meat." Li Quanqing took out a large piece of python meat, which was cut from the Thunderhorn Python King. The flesh and blood sizzled, and arcs of electricity exploded from time to time. This high-level monster meat containing majestic demonic energy was fatal to King. It let out a roar, and swallowed a large piece of meat directly into its mouth and stomach. Sizzlet underestimated the thunder attribute essence contained in the flesh and blood. Li Quanqing specially selected the most essential part of the Python King. A trace of electric current drilled out along the gaps between Aoking's scales, electrocuting it and shaking all over, swimming around the longevity turtle. My muscles and bones were numb and tingling, and I felt both pleasant and uncomfortable, a little intoxicated. Gurgle. The electric current spread in the water, bubbles surged, crackling, and the fish pond was directly blown up. Hundreds and thousands of big black carps were stunned by the electric shock, floating on the water with their white bellies turned upside down. They were everywhere, and the fish farmer's eyes turned red when he saw them. Jinyan, who lay in his nest, secretly opened one eye to peek, and saw the big black carps covering the water surface, and he immediately stopped pretending. It moved its 4 furry tiger paws, like a burning golden flame, running over, with smooth and shiny fur, squatting on the embankment, to catch fish to eat. Shut up. Li Quanqing knocked on the round and fluffy tiger head, and it felt very comfortable. I have something more delicious here. These fish are just stunned, not dead yet. He took the big black carp out of the tiger's mouth, and in the other's aggrieved eyes, took out a whole thunderhorn python. What a big bug. Jinyan, who looked at the ferocious face of the thunderhorn python, and was so frightened that he jumped up on the spot and hid behind Li Quanqing, only daring to show his round head. He was still as timid as when he was a child. You are useless. You are the king of beasts. Be tough. Li Quanqing was amused and cut off a piece of the python meat. Breathe fire. Puff! Exclamation mark. Jinyan, who was very obedient. He opened his mouth and spit out a golden flame, burning like a torch. Soon, the meat was roasted, and with a little bit of seasoning, it was fragrant. Even with the sense of smell and taste of spiritual beasts, they would think that cooked food is more delicious. Raw. Jinyan, who looked at the ferocious python on the ground with a fiery look, as if he had seen a giant spicy strip. After feeding the barbecue to the tiger cub, Li Quanqing touched the tiger's trembling ears. Tigers are full of power. Jinyan, who, I wasn't scared just now. Ruru, oh my god, it smells so good. Maturity. 96%. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows. It has only been more than 9 months, and he didn't expect that the little tiger cub would soon transform into a key refining monster. Is this the blood power of the monster race? Li Quanqing seemed to have some understanding. As long as Jinyan, who grows up, he will be able to enter the 7th level of key refining, so the growth rate in the early stage will be very fast. It is estimated that he will be able to advance to the middle stage of key refining in 3 or 4 years. At this time, the growth rate will become slow, and then he will advance to the 7th level of key refining with time, exhausting his potential. Only those who have various opportunities, or have been carefully cultivated since childhood, can break the shackles of blood and advance to a strong level. It can be said that there are pros and cons. I will focus on feeding the tiger cub these days. I want to fill up the last few points of maturity. Li Quanqing made a decision. Ayo Ruru. Jinyan, who swallowed the barbecue in 2 or 3 bites, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Looking at the remaining big thunder-horned python, he felt extremely happy. I'm indeed the master's favorite cub. Li Quanqing found it funny and scratched its chin, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. This is not for you to eat alone. Roast the meat and share it with the green jade carps. Hearing that he will be doing free labor, the golden flame tiger immediately frowned, and his tiger ears drooped down, close to his head, like a child who had been wronged. It made people feel both funny and distressed. Li Quanqing called Aoking's and asked it to supervise the fish, to divide the blood and flesh of the thunderhorn python equally, and not to fight for it. Then he walked towards the forest. Cry. The kingfeng crane stood in the forest, looking at him curiously, with an elegant posture. It was rare to see this master set foot in their territory. You also have gifts. Take a look and see if they suit your taste. Li Quanqing took out a few silvery white peaches, which were plump and juicy. They were picked from the thunder peach tree and had a faint fruit fragrance. The cranes tilted their heads, took a few bites, and ate the fruit pulp in a few bites, with juice flowing all over the fruit. Free heart, kingfeng crane. What a strange fruit. My mouth feels numb after eating it. The taste is average. It's not delicious, but we can't waste food. Maturity. 69%. Li Quanqing tidied the feathers of the beautiful and elegant cranes, and then took them to wander in the mountains and forests. Finally, he stopped at the highest peak of Yulong Island, cleared a piece of open space, and took out the thunder peach tree from the storage bag. Seeing the silver bright and dragon-like treasure tree, Bao Guangtoad's eyes suddenly widened, and with a croak, he was about to jump up and inhale. "Stop it." The King Feng cranes made long calls, curiously looking at this ugly golden thing, and used their thin and long crane claws to catch Bao Guangtoad. In a sense, it can be regarded as a forest of jade legs. Although Bao Guangqing is a third level key refining monster, its combat power is basically zero, coupled with its size and race suppression. In the end, it was surrounded and teased by the cranes, and its cheeks bulged and croaked in anger, but at least it was very imposing. Li Quanqing looked at the thunder peach tree in front of him. After staying in the storage bag for a while, it lost the nourishment of sunlight and rain, and its branches and leaves seemed a little wilted. Li Quanqing dug a big pit and buried the thunder spirit stone in it first, then replanted the thunder peach tree and buried the silver purple silt at the roots of the tree. The moment the spirit tree was replanted, the area felt a little different. The spiritual energy gathered around and turned into white mist visible to the naked eye, rising up. Under the nourishment of various spiritual objects, the thunder peach tree recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its branches and leaves stretched out, returning to that vibrant state. Very energetic. The place chosen by Li Quanqing was very particular. It happened to be an important node of the underground spirit vein of Yulong Island. There was also a formation flag buried not far away. The top grade thunder spirit stone buried here can gather the free spiritual energy in the surrounding air, strengthen the origin of the earth, and slowly improve the grade of the spirit vein. The spirit vein of Yulong Island is currently at the first grade top grade. It is estimated that, after burying it for 20 to 30 years, it can reach the first grade extreme grade, which is enough to support the key refining cultivators to impact the foundation. But there are disadvantages. Li Quanqing raised his head and saw that under the magnetic field of the thunder spirit stone, the vital energy of heaven and earth was disordered, and layers of dark clouds quickly gathered above his head. Boom. The next moment, a silver-white thunder aimed at the peach tree and fell straight down, rumbling, and the power of heaven was vast. It is worthy of being a top-grade spirit stone. Li Quanqing praised, took out the green scale shield and surrounded it, blocking some of the remaining power of this thunder. Bathed in the electric light, the thunder peach tree became more upright and moist, with branches and leaves shaking, and full of vitality. The King Feng cranes were startled by the thunder, and all the feathers on their bodies exploded, and they flew away with a whistling flap of their wings. Bao Guangqing was also psychologically traumatized by the lightning before. He croaked, never looked at the thunder peach tree again, and jumped away. Li Quanqing was relieved when he saw this. He took out 7 snake eggs of the thunder horn python and placed them evenly on the thick roots of the peach tree. He also took out 2 pieces of thunder crystals and a large pile of spirit stones and placed them around. It must break out of the shell quickly and roll up as soon as possible. Li Quanqing's eyes flashed with expectation. He took out the array plate and manipulated the array formation to cover the entire area near the thunder peach tree. It can effectively prevent spirit beasts from accidentally entering here and being injured by lightning or disturbing the hatching of the thunder horn python. After finishing all this, Li Quanqing clapped his hands. This was considered to be the end of the most precious treasure in the storage bag. I have updated 14,000 words. I will stop here first. I will continue to code after get off work in the evening and try to make it an integer. Chapter 88 Soul Nurturing Tree. That night, the moon was high in the sky, and the stars were sparse. Li Quanqing sat on the embankment, watching the ebb and flow of the sea, the rolling waves, and his mood became peaceful. He held a thunder crystal in his hand, slowly refined it, and drew out the gentle thunder power in it to start practicing the glazed jade bone body. Crackling. Blue-purple arcs exploded, drilling into the flesh and blood along his palms and arms, numb and hot. The bronze bones were tempered by thunder, and the sharp metallic luster began to fade, gradually covered with a layer of warm jade light. The moonlight was cold, the sea was surging, and the boy practiced while enjoying the scenery. The skills were running and tempering the whole body, and he didn't have to worry about it. It was very relaxing. Of course, it would be even better if his ears could be quiet. Ayo how Jinyan Hu stood on the beach, roaring with his throat, like a golden torch lighting the dark night, full of energy, grinding his teeth around a snake bone. That was the skeleton of the thunderhorn python. The flesh and blood had long been eaten clean, leaving only the white and slender bones. Under the shining starlight, a faint blue light shone from the marrow. Sizzle. Sizzle. The golden flame tiger held the thickest spine, lifted it up with its two front paws, and bit it hard. Sparks flew everywhere. As it was about to become a key refining monster, the golden flame tiger also ushered in a period of tooth replacement. It felt itchy in its mouth, and its eyes lit up when it saw hard objects. All the larger stones on the beach could not escape, and all had to be bitten a few times, and they were crisp. Raw. The low and refreshing tiger roar, coupled with the harsh and unpleasant friction sound, mixed into a pure noise, and the tiger cub himself enjoyed it. Moother waves sparkled, and pieces of bamboo green fish scales emerged from the sea, like floating islands on the sea. The fish opened and closed their mouths, slowly swam out of the deep sea water, and worshipped the moon as usual. Their scales were shining brightly under the moonlight. Ao King commanded thousands of his followers, and he was so majestic, so powerful, and so imposing. Its scales had grown to the size of copper coins, and they flashed a mysterious green light in the water, like a king wearing armor. Wherever its huge body passed, the sea surged, and every swing of its tail could stir up layers of waves. It really had the demeanor of a fish king. If it was seen by those ignorant mortals, they were definitely regarded as the Dragon King in the rivers and build a temple to worship it. Moo. Ao King let out a melodious roar, majestic and majestic, as if a bronze bell that had been ringing for 1,000 years in an ancient temple came from a distant time and space, revealing an indescribable wild atmosphere. Hualala, the golden-veined green jade carp swallowed and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth, and received the thickest and brightest moonlight of the moon, which made the scales of its bones and bodies sparkle. The cold water of the jade pond reflected the crescent moon. Li Quanqing bathed in the bright moonlight, and suddenly exclaimed, discovering a detail that he had not noticed during the day. At some point, the golden-veined green jade carp actually grew 2 whiskers on its mouth, which were thin and long. Under the scales on Ao King's forehead, there was a small bulge, as if he was walking on the full moon, as if he was about to grow a horn. Ao King, this guy, is his bloodline going to revive again? Li Quanqing resisted the urge to rub the fish's head angrily, and was overjoyed. This guy can be said to be the most potential monster in Ulangbo. You are the natural king of the scroll, as expected. Thousands of fish worship the moonlight shines through, and the night is as bright as day. Many spiritual beasts were attracted. Spirit cranes flew around the water, copper crabs came out in groups, and golden toads croaked on the back of the longevity turtle. Only the fire attributed Jinyan who hated this scene. The green water python also brought its cubs to hide in the corner of the fish school, secretly rubbing some moonlight aura to awaken its spirit. Li Quanqing blinked, and suddenly saw a soft colored light ball floating there waiting for you to pick it. Then the second, the third. More and more light balls floated to the surface of the water. Even the bright moonlight could not erase the soft white light. Which spiritual beasts have matured? I didn't notice it before. Li Quanqing stood up, walked a few steps along the embankment, and finally saw the truth. One by one, large shells as white as the moon sank and floated in the sea water. The shells opened and closed, making a snapping sound, constantly swallowing and spitting out moonlight for cultivation. It was the bright moon shell. These shells were the gifts that Zihangaiyu gave him when he first came to Yulang Island. There were more than 50 of them. Now, according to the time, it was just the right time for them to mature. He stepped into the sea, his body rising and falling, picking up the radiant balls of light, like a pearl diver on the sea. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of key refining, and reward a gourd of Taiyin soul nourishing water. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of key refining, and reward a medium grade treasure spirit bead. These were all rewards that had been opened before, and Li Quanqing was too lazy to look at them carefully. He put all the balls of light into the storage bag and opened them. Taiyin soul nourishing water was the most abundant, and jade goods were piled in the corner, crystal clear, and the breath was cool. This was the most scarce and most useful treasure. With the help of soul-nourishing water, Li Quanqing could visualize the vision of a bright moon rising from the sea, and the spirit beasts also like to eat it, which could make them smarter. Harvest a moon shell in the early stage of key refining, and reward 5 low-grade water purifying beads. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows, not expecting a new reward. The water purifying beads looked like the glass beads he had played with when he was a child, and the grade was not high. The only function was to purify the water. A total of 30 or 40 water purifying beads were opened. Li Quanqing decided to place one in each fish pond to purify the filth produced by the spirit beasts. Harvest a moonlight shell in the early stage of key refining, and reward a 100-year soul-nourishing wooden bracelet. When Li Quanqing was about to touch all the moonlight shells, a new reward appeared. He lowered his head slightly and glanced at the moonlight shell in his hand. The body is indeed smaller than that of its peers, but its exquisite appearance makes it more lovable. The 2 shells are like pure and flawless white jade, warm and delicate, covered with light golden patterns, and shining with colorful soft luster under the moonlight, like a dream. Work hard and never complain. Moonlight shell, 1 color. I purify water every day for 997 days. I work overtime in the fish pond. I don't sleep until the moon goes to sleep. I'm a bald little baby. Cultivation. Key refining level 1. 1%. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and delicate shell. He liked this kind of role king who worked overtime consciously. The rewards he opened were always very surprising. He took out a large spiritual stone and stuffed it full of the bright moon shell. The pink shell meat rubbed against the hard spiritual stone and suddenly trembled slightly. A touch of excitement flushed and secreted transparent mucus to wrap the spiritual stone. Soul-nourishing wood bracelet, polished from 100-year-old soul-nourishing wood. Long-term wearing can calm the mind and strengthen the soul, quench the soul impurities, and even provide a place for lonely ghosts. Li Quanqing sat on the unmanned embankment and took out the soul-nourishing wood bracelet. The color of the bracelet is as dark as ink, with a deep purple meaning. It feels cold to the touch. After wearing it for a long time, a warm current emerges from the body. It is very strange. Li Quanqing lay there and twisted the beads one by one. He exuded a temperament of no desire and tranquility, which was in line with his mental state. It's quite fun. Li Quanqing couldn't let go of the soul-nourishing wood. After rubbing the fish head and tiger head for a long time, it seemed that he had an addiction and always had to hold something in his hand. The schools of fish practiced all night and gradually dispersed at dawn, returning to their previous calm. Li Quanqing had been twisting beads all night and was full of energy. Just as he was about to force himself to take a nap, a guest suddenly came to visit. It was Li Quanfu, who had arrived early in the morning from Baoking Market. What happened? You are so anxious. Li Quanqing invited him into the formation, and his naive round face was full of sweat. Brother, are you back safely? It's really the blessing of the real immortal. My old man can finally put his heart at ease. Li Quanfu looked at his boss who was safe and sound, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Has the news about the ruins in the Purple Blood Sea spread? Li Quanqing asked, brewed a pot of tea, and took out roasted monster meat for him to enjoy. This meat is so fragrant, I know it's good stuff as soon as I smell it. Li Quanfu usually stays in the market, welcoming and seeing off people, and has developed a good ability to identify treasures. However, he did not eat, but talked about the information first. It is indeed as the boss said, the whole Baoking Fang is spreading the news of the Purple Blood Sea, and those casual cultivators are all eager to try, wishing they could grow wings and fly over there. Li Quanqing asked again, has the specific information about the ruins been spread? Is it really a giant insect? Li Quanfu shook his fat face, indicating that he did not know the inside story, but even the Shuhua sword sect sent a warship. At least it can be confirmed that it is indeed a 3rd level spiritual vein, and it is suspected that there is a battle of foundation building there. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. It seems that the specific information still needs to wait for Li Quanfu and the others who have experienced it personally to come back. Calculating the time, it should be soon. I don't know what their specific gains are, and whether their jade mine is as valuable as his own. At this time, Li Quanfu also mentioned the Jinsu jade mine, saying that someone contacted him with a sound transmission note and invited him to go to Shidao to deal with various account books. This kind of pie in the sky thing, Li Quanqing thought he had met a liar and refused it outright. The family is quite quick. It's only been a few days and they have already occupied the island? Li Quanqing thought and told him about the Golden Marrow Jade Mine and the Supreme Elder and described in detail the 70% split. Remember, the 70% is ours and the remaining 30% will be converted into family contribution points and added to my identity jade card. Don't fall into a trap and get cheated by someone who falsifies accounts. Hearing that his brother handed over such an important asset to him, Li Quanqing was a little confused and moved to tears. He now admired his old man very much. The fish pond deed that he gave away back then was really worth it. Remember, don't sell our share of the Golden Marrow Jade first. Send it all to Yulong Island. I need it for cultivation. Li Quanqing explained a few more words. After all, it was a jade mine that he picked up for free, so he didn't feel bad if there were any mistakes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Thunder Python breaks out of its shell. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The disputes in the Purple Blood Sea became more and more intense, and many monks were killed every day. However, Li Quanqing just watched the excitement and stayed on Yulong Island to raise fish and feed tigers. He really hid in the fish pond and became one with the world, regardless of winter, summer, spring, and autumn. On this day, he went to the top of the mountain as usual to open the formation, ready to observe the thunder peach tree and the snake eggs of the thunder-horned python. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked in, a thunderbolt struck him in the face. The thunder roared, and the power of the sky was magnificent. Even though Li Quanqing was prepared in the morning and took out the green scale shield in advance, he was still blown to dust, and the arcs on his clothes were turned into a big hair. Seeing him frustrated, the branches of the thunder peach tree suddenly heard a joyful hissing cry. Are there snake eggs hatched? Li Quanqing was delighted, looking at the broken eggshells on the ground and carefully searching among the branches and leaves. Finally, he found a crystal clear little python on a spiritual peach. Its pupils were light purple and its scales were azure blue. It used its tail to wrap around a branch and raised its upper body. There were still teeth marks on the peach flesh next to it. Hiss. Seeing the stranger reaching out to grab it, the little thunder-horned python immediately became alert, opened its crystal snake teeth, and instinctively threatened. But after all, it was just a cub, not very smart, and only had offensive instincts, but not much malice. It could be tamed easily. Looking at the little python in an attacking posture, Li Quanqing thought about it, took out a small piece of thunder crystal, and crushed it into particles. He took out a few drops of Tei in soul nourishing water, performed the water control technique, and used the soul nourishing water to wrap the thunder crystal fragments, turning them into soybean-sized liquid beads floating on the belly of his finger. The thunder-horned python loved to devour thunder, and the fragrance of the soul-nourishing water was an indescribable temptation for the monster. The thunder-horned python wanted to resist at first, but it only lasted for a moment. The snake cub could no longer bear the temptation, licking it with its tongue spitting out, completely immersed in the temptation of delicious food. Done. Li Quanqing smiled and fed the snake cub while carefully holding its slender and exquisite body in his palm. For the sake of delicious food, the thunder-horned python only slightly blew up its scales, glared at him with its purple vertical pupils, and let the boy do it. Queen of snakes, thunder-horned python, don't call me king, call me queen. His maturity. 2%. It turns out to be a female snake, no wonder it looks so pretty. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and cold body of the snake cub, which was like the finest jade, and felt warm to the touch. The thunder-horned python's body showed a blue color like the sea, and the tip of its tail showed a hint of charming dark purple, which was slender and agile, giving people a sense of cunning mystery. After eating and drinking, the thunder-horned python smacked its mouth, and a sense of sleepiness gradually came up. It twisted its slender body around Li Quanqing's wrist, and fell asleep tightly against the soul-nourishing wood bracelet, looking very beautiful. Li Quanqing checked the remaining snake eggs again, which were all in the process of hatching. Occasionally, the snake eggs would shake a few times at the roots of the tree, swallowing the thunder that escaped from the peach tree, and they were full of vitality. In the growth process of python-like monsters, females always seem to develop a little faster than males. Li Quanqing thought of the watery green water python, and touched the beautiful and proud thunder-horned python queen on his wrist, and had some experience. He opened the formation and left. As soon as he walked to the beach, a ball of golden light rushed in front of him, howling, and a burning breath rushed to his face. The golden flame tiger walked with 4 paws, constantly circling around the master and sniffing, and a tuft of tiger hair on its head turned into a blazing flame, burning indescribably majestic. Ayo, how I smell the delicious spicy strips. Jinyan, who tilted his furry head and finally looked at the thunder-horned python cub on his wrist, showing a greedy expression, drooling. Live spicy strips. Good times. The tiger cub slightly bared his teeth, revealing his newly grown sharp fangs, sparks flying in his throat, and he had already gained experience in roasting python meat. Go play. I can't give you this. Why don't you gnaw on your bones? Li Quanqing knocked on the tiger's head 3 times, then pulled the round and fluffy tiger ears hard, and scolded with a majestic parent's attitude. Tiger is powerful, Jinyan Hu, my family members. I, Hui Tesu, am no longer the master's favorite beast cub. Sing a song of coolness for my self-maturity. 99%. Jinyan Hu lay on the beach aggrieved, his ears drooping weakly, and a grieved gurgling sound came from his throat. The tail, which was once so majestic, was only wagging at this moment, and the movement lacked the vitality and domineering of the past. The whole body was full of sadness. Li Quanqing couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Among all the spirit beasts, this tiger cub was the most cunning, and often used this trick to act cute. However, considering the 99% maturity, he still chose to fall for it. Take it and eat it, big greedy cat. He just took out a piece of monster meat, and with a roar, the golden flame tiger had already held the piece of meat in its mouth, and instantly revived with full blood, and ran away without a trace. Li Quanqing shook his head, and looked at the thunderhorn python on his wrist again. He hadn't thought before that the monster beasts had a very keen sense of smell. The spirit beasts he raised would naturally regard the thunderhorn python cubs as food after eating the monster python meat. It seems that he needs to buy more monster meat to enrich the cub's diet and protect the thunderhorn pythons well from an early age to prevent them from being hurt. Mueo King suddenly swam over to the shore, and his tail slapped a lot of cool waves, interrupting the boy's thoughts. After raising this spiritual carp for so long, Li Quanqing can already understand the meaning of its call. Are there guests visiting? I know. Lead the way. Li Quanqing stepped on the waves and came to the edge of the formation. He immediately heard the familiar sound of frogs, which kept calling. Boss, save me. Li Quanfu stood on the spiritual boat, his plump round face almost wrinkled into a bitter gourd, staring at the Bao Guang toad across the formation. Since he came here twice and sent the newly dug golden marrow jade to the island, Bao Guang toad has been eyeing him completely. He can smell the scent of Quanfu from a long distance, and the devil's voice penetrates his ears. Didn't you just send a batch of jade ore the day before yesterday? Why are you here again? Li Quanqing glanced at the noisy Bao Guang toad, grabbed it in his palm, and deliberately used the thunderhorn python to touch it. The natural enemies of toads are various pythons, and the thunder-horned python is a high-level monster with a fierce power. The little golden toad was so scared that it closed its mouth and stuck out its tongue to pretend to be dead. The ears were finally quiet. Li Quanfu heard this, so he stepped aside, revealing 3 black-robed people sitting in the cabin, wrapped tightly. They are. Li Quanqing looked at the familiar figure and immediately had a guess in his heart. Brother, we just came back from the ruins. There is a family order. We can't run around during this period. We can only come to see you secretly. A gentle voice sounded, and a black-robed man took off his hood, revealing his gentle and beautiful eyebrows. It was Li Quanqiu. The other 2 also took off their hoods and robes. They were Li Quanqing and Li Quanmo. True immortal. Thank God. These 3 guys finally returned safely. Li Quanqing was delighted, and hurriedly took out the formation to let them in, and then looked at them carefully. Well, they are all healthy, intact, without any missing limbs or legs, and judging from their aura, their foundation is not damaged. What did you get from the ruins? Li Quanqing asked curiously, and Li Quanfu beside him was also quite interested. Is that really a giant in ruins? Li Quanchu's expression was slightly complicated, and he sighed softly, but still nodded. It is indeed an ancient sect thousands of years ago. It existed long before the human race opened up the wasteland, and then it was destroyed over the years. The girl explained a few words, and took out a sea blue jade slip, which was simple and majestic, with patterns of the sea and whales engraved on it, revealing an ancient charm. In addition to some precious spiritual medicines, this is our biggest gain in the ruins, a low-grade magic method, and that ancient giant insect is called Whale Emperor Sect. Chapter 90 Azure Fire. Whale Emperor Sect? Li Quanqing wrote down the name and thought of the Kanghe whale he saw that day. He wondered what kind of style this ancient sect had. He glanced at the jade slip in the girl's hand. Is this what you got? A low-grade magic? For a key refining cultivator, this is indeed a good harvest. Even a foundation building cultivator would be jealous. The low-grade magic, water escape technique, is one of the 5-element escape techniques. It can hide in the sea without a trace. When it is cultivated to perfection, it can reach 1,000 feet in an instant. Li Quanqiu handed over the jade slip. I will give this magic to my cousin. Why are you giving me the treasure you got with your life? Li Quanqing waved his hand to refuse. Every one of us has already comprehended it, and even the family has handed in a copy. It's nothing. Li Quanqiu also joined in, smiling and saying, Quanqing, just take it. Without your second level talisman, we might not be able to come back. Having said that, Li Quanqing had to put away the jade slip. He had never learned any escape techniques. After all, he had been in the fish pond for many years, and he had many cards to hide when fighting with others. Now he has made up for this shortcoming. This is the remaining 1,000 miles thunder escape talisman, and now it has returned to its original owner. Li Quan said nothing, and took out a second level spiritual talisman. You used up the Gishu Divine Thunder talisman? It seems that the danger is indeed not small. Li Quanqing took the talisman, and took out the treasures in the body of the thunder-horned python, that the three of them had left with him. At the beginning, in order to avoid giving the enemy an advantage after death, they emptied their storage bags, and therefore put many rare spiritual medicines in the ruins. The main reason is that there were too many independent cultivators pouring in later. In order to seize the Sutra Pavilion, they had to consume and kill many cultivators. When Li Quanqiu mentioned this, he was furious and cursed. Damn Yun Yangzi, he is really a villain. We agreed to work together, to divide the jade slips and scriptures in the Sutra Pavilion, but in the end he took away the greatest fortune. The three of them talked to each other, and Li Quanqing finally gathered the truth. At the beginning, a group of cultivators from the Tao and Sita family opened the entrance to the ruins, and Yun Yangzi and his party followed closely behind, but were discovered by the other party. The two sides confronted at the entrance, and it was about to explode. As a last resort, Li Quanmo showed the second level spiritual talisman to force the other party to retreat, and the Sita family had to acquiesce that they were taking advantage. Li Quanqiu and his friends were very lucky. They came across a medicine garden and picked up many spiritual medicines for free. A day later, they found the most important Sutra Pavilion in the outer gate of the Whale Emperor Sect. At this time, many independent cultivators also poured in. After a fight, Li Quanqiu and his friends successfully occupied the Sutra Pavilion. Without the second level spiritual talisman to deter him, Yun Yangzi turned hostile in an instant, teamed up with the tree elder at the 9th level of key refining, and took away the most precious inheritance. That is at least a mid-grade magic method, and it may even be a top-grade one. Quanqing, we must get it back. Li Quanqiu took a big gulp of wine, his eyes red with anger, and panting like a cow. It was obviously their contribution that was the greatest, but in the end, they were the ones who took the credit. Okay, give me a few days, and I'll take you back. Li Quanqing nodded in agreement. The second batch of green jade carp was about to break through the middle stage of key refining, and the more than 1,000 fry were about to mature. After the breakthrough, he was sure to beat Yun Yangzi like a dead dog. Li Quanqiu continued to tell about what he saw and heard in the ruins. The Whale Emperor sect was very large, and it could be said that opportunities were everywhere. Unfortunately, the real inner sect's core area was covered by the formation, and only the Sitter family and the third elder broke in. Li Quanqing was very regretful. I heard that there is also a medicine garden in the inner sect area of the Whale Emperor sect, which not only produces the 1000-year-old spiritual medicine needed to refine the foundation building pill, but also a foundation building spiritual object. Yi Zensha appeared. Li Quanqing heard this and immediately asked, "How is the third elder? Is he injured?" The third elder is so awesome. He is in great shape." Li Quanqing smiled. Not only did he collect a lot of 1000-year-old spiritual medicines, he even wore a green jade armor and fought a foundation building monk to a draw. Hard fight. Foundation building? Li Quanqing's eyes were shocked. Being able to fight an enemy across a large level, this can no longer be described as a genius. It's a monster. Don't listen to this drunkard's nonsense. It's just that a member of the Sitter family refined Yi Zensha and barely broke through. He is at the bottom of the foundation building cultivators. The third elder took advantage of the spiritual weapon talisman and the advantage of body refining, so he fought the opponent to a draw. Li Quanmo explained the truth of the matter in a few words. Even so, Li Kunle's record is undoubtedly amazing. Did the third elder finally build a foundation? Li Quanqing asked the question he was most concerned about. No. Li Quanqing spread his hands. There was only one Yi Zensha in the medicine garden, which was refined by the cultivator of the Sitter family. Obviously, they knew more information, and sent a wood spirit root key refining great perfection. Li Quanqing felt very sorry. According to what the friend said, when the third elder and the new foundation building cultivator of the Sitter family finished fighting, the foundation building cultivators of other families would arrive. Unfortunately, the core area of the Whale Emperor sect was covered by a third level formation, and it could only take time to slowly break the formation, and no new foundation building spiritual objects appeared. Therefore, the few 1000-year-old spiritual medicines in the hands of the third elder immediately became his concern. After all, some of them even contain the main ingredients for refining the foundation building pill. Now our Li family is at the center of the storm, and they are being targeted. Even the Shuhua sword sect is very concerned about the 1000-year-old spiritual medicine. Li Quanqing spread his hands. Because they were also the first group to enter the ruins, they were recently ordered by the family to stay out of the limelight. After seeing everyone off, Li Quanqing sat on the embankment and sighed for a long time. The storm is coming. However, he was not too worried. The Qingyu Li family has stood for 1000 years, and there will definitely be no problem this time. The Li family does not have a second level alchemist who can refine the foundation building pill. These spiritual medicines will probably have to be supplied to the Shuhua sword sect in the end. But other families are also eyeing them and want to get a piece of the pie. There must be a lot of sword play. It's still not strong enough. Li Quanqing sighed. If he had the foundation building cultivation now, why would he be afraid of these wind, rain, cold and frost? If he had the golden core cultivation, he would lead the entire Li family to monopolize the Whale Emperor sect's ruins. Who would dare to say no? My cultivation speed is still too slow. So, where is the green jade carp? I want you to help me practice quickly. Li Quanqing walked on the waves, shuttled through the fish pond, and checked the growth status of Aoking's brothers and sisters in the fry. The progress of the second batch of green jade carp is generally above 95%, close to breaking through the middle stage of key refining, and the specific time is in the next few days. In addition, the maturity of the green jade carp fry is about to come, and it is certain to break through the 8th level of key refining. Ayo, how the golden flame tiger flapped its wings and chased a few big black carps. It looked at the green jade carp jumping around in the hands of its owner, and it could tell at a glance that it was very chewy. It couldn't help but shed tiger tears from the corners of its mouth. The big black carp is so delicious. What should this real spiritual fish taste like? I really want to taste it. Just one bite. Aoking floated up slowly and saw the crystal saliva dripping from the tiger's mouth. He was immediately angry and spit out a water arrow as thick as a bucket. With a plop, the golden flame tiger fell down and became a tiger in the water again. Roar. Damn it. I want to become stronger and suppress these hateful green jade carps. I will eat one and eat them one by one so that they will never dare to spit at me again. Roar. The golden flame tiger stayed in the water wetly, but his eyes were firm. In those silly and clear big eyes, a blazing flame called revenge and food rose. With a bang, the flame on the tiger cub's head suddenly shone brightly, and the momentum soared. It was as if he had opened up some barrier, and the demonic energy was surging all over his body, and the golden hair soared into the sky like flames. Key refining monster. Li Quanqing looked surprised. He didn't expect that this guy would break through at this time. He stretched out his palm, smoothed the hair that exploded on the golden flame tiger, and caught the ball of light in his hand. Harvest a golden flame tiger in the early stage of key refining, and reward the top grade fire sky blue fire. Spiritual fire. Li Quanqing squeezed the ball of light in his hand. He never thought that he could get such a reward. Thanks to the reader HJC for the 5,000 point reward, and Ziazahan for the 5,000 point reward. Thanks to the readers GUO Zioran for the 1,500 point reward, Call Me Master for the 500 point reward, Crazy Malje for the 500 point reward, Book Friend 20240105190130781 for the 500 point reward, Ujanu Akeo for the 200 point reward, Distant Nebula Honey for the 100 point reward, and 1QP for the 100 point reward. I kneel down to thank all the Taoist friends for their strong support. I'm grateful and speechless. Put out the bowl and kowtow. Chapter 91 Mother Ping and Mother Zheng. Sky blue fire. Sky blue like jade. It turns into fire when it falls. It is a spiritual fire without attributes, and its fire is naturally mild. It is most suitable for low-level cultivators to refine. It can devour various beast fires and strange flames to grow, and assist in refining tools and alchemy. Li Quanqing looked at the introduction in front of him, but he didn't expect it to be a growing fire. After all, the name sounds unusual. He crushed the light ball, and the light spots flew all over the sky. Unexpectedly, there was no blazing high temperature released. Only a green jade bead the size of a langan fell out. Its color was as green as a turquoise, and its quality was like nothing, floating up and down in the air. Is this the fire? Li Quanqing held up the bead, poured a ray of mana into it, and stamped his own brand of breath. Blazing. The next moment, the green fire seemed to come alive, and slowly cracked and bloomed like a holy lotus. The blazing flames rose up, and finally turned into a ball of hot spiritual fire, exuding a gentle and scorching breath. Because Li Quanqing was cultivating the sea power, he could refine sea water for cultivation, and his power was rich and full of water essence. The azure fire was also endowed with this characteristic. The pure jade-like flame core of the spiritual fire was stained with a deep blue like the vast ocean. The blue and blue colors complemented each other, pure and gorgeous, and it was beautiful. Li Quanqing threw the azure fire into the sea water, but it did not go out. Instead, it was like a hungry beast, madly devouring a large amount of water essence, burning more vigorously. The flame soared into the sky, like a piece of sky debris falling into the sea, burning fiercely, showing unparalleled potential. It's worthy of being a golden finger. The rewards from the light ball are all the most suitable for me. There is such a strange flame. Li Quanqing stopped supplying mana, and the flames went out immediately, turning into a green jade fire again, which was taken into his dantian for nourishment. It will be much easier to refine weapons in the future. The nature of the sky blue fire is mild. Maybe I can use it to try to refine my body? The young man suddenly had an idea. After all, thunder and fire have the same origin, so it can better refine the violent power in the thunder crystal. 10 days later, Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment, and instantly activated his bronze bone body. He was like a bronze giant, with a sharp metallic luster all over his body, towering like a mountain. He held the golden marrow jade in his mouth, and used his magic power to move it. The jade liquid entered his throat, and turned into sweet saliva. He used the essence of jade to practice the jade bone body. Crackling. The surroundings were full of golden marrow jade ore and thunder crystals. The lightning flashed, and it drilled into the body like a violent little snake, strengthening the flesh and blood body, and refining the crisscrossing meridians. The sky blue fire traveled all over the body, burning fiercely, like a rolling furnace, burning blood and marrow. The spiritual fire was tempered, and the high temperature bloomed, burning the bronze bones as clear as glass, and burning all kinds of power as round as one, revealing the crystal luster of jade. Ding dong. Ding dong. Bronze iron filings kept coming out of the surface of Li Quanqing's skin, and eventually turned into small copper-green beads, which fell on the beach with a dull sound. His body size was like a balloon that was inflated, and then it was big and small, and finally it turned back to the size of a normal person, and the last trace of bronze color in his body faded away. At this moment, his bones were flawless, as if they were carved from the finest white jade. A series of blue-gold patterns bloomed on the surface of the bones, resembling lightning patterns, and like a blazing flame, full of mystery and power. The young man sat cross-legged there, his skin was crystal clear, and the whole person was like a jade statue, with a solemn appearance. An indescribable holy breath was released, which was daunting. Jade bone body, completed. Li Quanqing opened his eyes and spit out 2 small snake-like white air, which lasted for a long time, and his breathing was melodious. His pupils were like brilliant golden chalcedony. The golden pupils were sacred and majestic, and people dared not look directly at them. The nature of jade is hard and immortal, and it is difficult to erase. With this body alone, it is enough to compete with ordinary 9th level key refining cultivators. Li Quanqing gently threw a punch, and it was really like a white jade statue coming to life, and it easily smashed out a sonic boom, and the air was like water waves. He picked up a bronze bead on the ground, put his 5 fingers together, and directly crushed the bronze into smooth powder, which fell down. Finally, I have practiced it. Li Quanqing laughed, quite satisfied. Under the operation of the family, the Jinsu jade mine was being developed in an orderly manner. He now has no shortage of spiritual jade, and can practice to his heart's content, and truly practice the strongest glass jade bone body. Come here, the canteen is open for dinner. Let me touch you one by one. Li Quanqing restrained his jade bone body, and turned into a normal person again, but his skin became much whiter, with a jade-like luster. He jumped from the embankment to the sea, twisted the soul-nourishing wooden bead on his wrist, took out the fragrant fish bait, which did not sink in the water, and walked on the waves. Although he was only the canteen master Li who was in charge of the bait, he was particularly celestial, with fluttering sleeves and a carefree temperament. Mueo King was practicing by inhaling and exhaling the essence of water. When he heard his voice, he opened his eyes immediately. He let out a low roar and couldn't wait to call his brothers. Splash, splash. The water surface surged, raising waves, and the bamboo green scales on its back covered the sea surface, like floating clouds formed by green scales. More than 1,000 green jade carps floated up from the deep sea, staring with dead fish eyes, opening their mouths in anticipation, crying for food, and waiting for the meal. This is the 4th batch of green jade carps. Now they are approaching maturity one after another, and are about to usher in a bumper harvest. Each one is fat and strong. Don't rush, come one by one, let me touch them all. Li Quanqing took out the spirit boat. The bait was piled up like a mountain in the cabin, and the fragrance lingered on the water for a long time. Although there are all kinds of algae food in Ulangbo, how can they compare to the high-level bait carefully developed by the Li family? Harvest a Kingayu carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing fed a Kingayu carp, and calmly took off the light ball on its head, and stuffed it into a special storage bag. I saw that there were 30 or 40 in this storage bag, all of which were spiritual energy balls, ready to be accumulated and used together, to break through the realm. Harvest a Kingayu carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a middle grade magic weapon Kingly sword. Harvest a Kingayu carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a green water sword skill experience group. Hey, sword skill experience? Li Quanqing blinked and looked at the Kingayu carp in front of him with particularly bright scales. I saw that its scales were dark green, its body was particularly huge, its fins were as wide as clouds, and there were faint golden spots growing on its back. Sure enough, it was another golden patent alien species that was about to transform. Equal mother and right mother, golden striped green jade carp. I will give all male fish a fair chance to compete. Anyway, I don't care who becomes the king of fish, as long as I can be the only female fish favored by the king of fish cultivation. First level of key refining, 1%. Li Quanqing rubbed the big head of the green jade carp, feeling a little amused. These fish really have different personalities, and there are all kinds of weird ones. Now there are a total of 3 golden stripes green jade carps in Yu Longbo. In addition to Aoking, there is also the weird one who is determined to be a dog for Aoking. The one in front of him can be said to be the only golden striped little female fish in Yu Longbo. If you are really capable and get pregnant with Aoking's cub, then I have to thank you. Li Quanqing fed a few more spiritual baits, fed it well, and then put the female fish back into the water. Chapter 92, 8th level of key refining. Moo. After the feeding of more than 1,000 fry, the third batch of jade carp came forward, with more than 100 of them, led by the golden patterned alien. I want to be a dog. Golden patterned jade carp. Lord Aoking is getting stronger and stronger. I can't slack off. I must follow the Lord forever. I want to be Lord Aoking's dog. Woof, woof. Cultivation. Key refining level 2. 2%. Not bad, not bad. He must have secretly been involuntarily behind his brothers and sisters, and he was the first to break through the small realm. Li Quanqing looked sideways, very satisfied in his heart, thought for a moment, and decided to give this golden pattern jade carp a name. Since you like being a dog so much, I will call you Aogal from now on. Li Quanqing stuffed it with bait, then threw Aogal back into the water with a splash. Aogal rubbed against him as a token of gratitude, then flicked his tail and disappeared into the waves, looking for Lord Aoking to stick with him. The last wave of feeding was the real highlight. Aoking's 19 brothers and sisters. There were also many lazy ones among these guys, who kept shouting about the fish sashimi and wondering why they had to cultivate to the level of lying fish. Later, they were thrown into the fish pond in Area C with thin spiritual energy and were severely hungry. Now they have learned their lesson. When Li Quanqing first came to Yulong Island, he also brought them here. Under the stimulation of abundant spiritual energy, plus various animal food pills, they are now about to break through the middle stage of key refining one after another. Harvest a middle stage of key refining green jade carp, and reward a top grade magic weapon green scale shield. The ball of light shattered in the storage bag, and turned into a shield with green scales flashing, emitting abundant water vapor, thick and hard. Li Quanqing took a look, and no longer paid too much attention. He has already opened 4 of these green scale shields, which he can sell in his own shop in the future, and can also handle the weapon refiner tasks assigned to him by the family. A green jade carp from the middle stage of key refining is rewarded with a green water sword skill experience group. Another experience group. A large amount of experience appeared out of thin air, drilling into his mind like an initiation. Unfathomable. It was as if another him had spent decades, countless days and nights of hard practice and careful research, and performed this sword skill thousands of times. Finally, he successfully practiced the sword skill to the state of being able to use it as easily as his arm, and to perform it at the touch of a finger, which could be called a clear sword heart. The sword energy was swung out, like a grand and exquisite formation covering the world, and the performance was impenetrable, leaving people nowhere to hide, and unable to extricate themselves. Clang! Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing flicked his finger, and the sword sounded clear like a dragon's roar. A drop of green water sword energy flew out and suddenly exploded. The sword energy seemed tiny, but the moment it flew out, it turned into a drizzle of sword energy. Like a thread, it covered the world, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The sword rain bloomed like flowers, and finally merged into one again, moving in all directions, turning into a lingering sword light, blooming like fireworks. The green water sword art has since been perfected. Li Quanqing stood on the sea, his figure rising and falling with the waves, and felt endless aftertaste. Harvest a green jade carp in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a method of refining green jade armor. Before he could completely withdraw from the state of sudden enlightenment of swordsmanship. Then, another huge amount of knowledge drilled into his mind, vast and boundless. Green jade armor, refining method. Infinite knowledge surged and collided. One after another fantastic ideas came out. Various refining secrets were vast and obscure. At this time, it was like a flood that broke the dam and was filled with his brain. Li Quanqing only felt his head swollen, groggy, his temples on both sides bulged slightly, and his blood vessels throbbed. Ding. Fortunately, the Zenhei bell was automatically sounded without wind, emitting clear and pleasant sound waves, waves of waves, and the boundless sea, which helped him calm the distractions and restlessness in his heart. The soul sword flew out as a crystal sword light, invisible and invisible, and went directly into the center of his eyebrows, sitting in the Niwen Palace, shining brightly. With the sword sitting in charge, Li Quanqing finally felt much better. He sorted out and summarized the messy knowledge of refining instruments one by one, and finally turned it into his own foundation. The best magic weapon, Qingyu armor. As the real signature of Qingyu Li, the refining process of Qingyu armor is extremely complicated. In some places, it even involves the refining field of low-grade spiritual instruments. My refining level, which has been stagnant for a long time, has finally improved again. Li Quanqing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, and he was extremely happy. Since becoming a top-grade refiner, his progress in refining instruments has become like a snail crawling, and it can be said that he is standing still. After all, his original talent was only average, and he did not study as hard as his senior brother Li Quanlin, who regarded refining as a hobby and immersed himself in it. He could reach the current level of refining because of cheating. After a period of precipitation, I will be able to truly refine the green jade armor and become a first-class top-grade refiner. Li Quanqing suppressed his lip. There were only 2 or 3 cultivators in the entire Li family who could refine the green jade armor. Even if it was the position of the head of the weapon hall, maybe he could compete for it. Forget it, let's not fight for this. The 3 elders were able to tie in the foundation building, and beating me was just a one-sided abuse. Li Quanqing looked at the water. There were still 3 green jade carps that were about to break through, and it was estimated that it would be today. Moo. Aoking squeezed his younger brother away, came late, showed a flattering smile, and spit out crystal waves at him. Master, I don't want to eat this, I want to eat delicious barbecue. Li Quanqing checked its progress, and found that it was close to 80% of the 4th level of key refining, which immediately satisfied Aoking's wish. He sat on the sea and waited. After a night of moon worship, the last 3 jade carps successfully filled the final progress bar. Harvest a jade carp in the middle stage of key refining, and a large spiritual energy group as a reward. Right square bracket asterisk 3 brighter light groups appeared in front of him, and Li Quanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the storage bag and took a look. A total of 8 large spiritual energy groups and 42 ordinary spiritual energy groups had been accumulated. Enough for a breakthrough. Li Quanqing concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, and operated the blue sea tide power. In an instant, the waves around him kept surging, turning into a beautiful lotus platform. The waves surged, holding up his body, and a vast sea of essence rolled in, pouring into Li Quanqing's body continuously. The surrounding formations were shining with spiritual light, covering this area, and no spiritual beasts were allowed to approach and disturb his practice. After making all the preparations, Li Quanqing took out all the light balls and crushed them. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, and was refined in an instant. Boom, 50 spiritual energy balls burst out at the same time. The essence of heaven and earth contained was too much. It surged like a flood, vast and amazing. The majestic spiritual energy hit the meridians wave after wave, as if to completely destroy all obstacles. Finally, it launched a fierce attack on the bottleneck of the 8th level of key refining. Chapter 93 asking. The spiritual tide surged, rushing through the meridians, like a river bursting its banks, tearing the flesh and blood. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, his meridians were constantly widened and strengthened, and every inch of his skin seemed to be bearing 1,000 pounds of force. Li Quanqing was prepared in the morning. His face was solemn, and he operated the exercises in an orderly manner to stimulate the glass jade bone body. Buzz! Exclamation mark. The air vibrated, and a layer of white jade luster instantly bloomed from his body, rich as substance, as if a jade sun was rising slowly. Green and gold flame patterns bloomed along the bones, and in an instant they spread all over the flesh and blood, like thunder surging, releasing powerful power and suppressing everything. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, and his whole body turned into a white jade statue, with white meridians in his body, harder than jade. Jade bone body, refine. As soon as the thought fell, the powerful soul power surged out, like a fine network interweaving, and began to sort out the majestic spiritual energy that was like a wild horse running away. With his body suppressed and his soul guided, Li Quanqing concentrated on refining the vast spiritual energy at an astonishing speed. The seawater rolled, and the majestic essence of heaven and earth was attracted to him, forming a spiritual energy vortex around him. The energy was surging, and layers of waves kept hitting him, turning into waves of the blue sea, making a deafening roar. White spiritual energy came out through his pores, and then drilled into his 7 orifices with his breathing, washing his flesh and blood, washing away the turbid air of the world, and laying the most solid foundation for the Tao. Even though the formation blocked it, some of the essence of heaven and earth still escaped, and the fish gathered automatically, competing for these creation inspirations. Tick. Tick. Below the navel, the sky blue fire burned fiercely, purifying and refining the spiritual energy as much as possible, turning it into blue and jade like magic power, and pouring it into the Danshan. I saw the misty mana spontaneously rotating in the Danshan. The color was as blue as the sea, viscous and amazing, almost liquefied, and waves of strange waves were heard during the surging. The mana in the Danshan was getting more and more like a volcano about to erupt, and it all erupted at a certain node, launching fierce attacks again and again towards the bottleneck of the 8th level of key refining. Catcher, the moment Li Quanqing successfully broke through the bottleneck, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and a thunder exploded in his ears. The mana was like a rainbow, rushing through, and then slowly calmed down, wandering in the meridians, and finally returning to the Danshan. On the sea, the originally surging waves gradually calmed down, revealing the blue sky like a gem again, with melodious white clouds. The sun shone on his body, like a golden silk thread, covering the young man with a layer of golden and dazzling brilliance. Li Quanqing opened his eyes, and the breeze blew gently, with the breath of the ocean, gently caressing his face, and the surging momentum on his body slowly converged. He exhaled the foul air in his chest, which was more than 3 feet long, condensed and not chaotic, and it was dispersed between heaven and earth for a long time. Success. Li Quanqing looked up, looked at the boundless sea, and quietly felt his new strength, with infinite joy in his heart. He is not yet 22 years old, but he has come to this step, and the foundation is in sight. It's time to settle accounts with Yun Yangzi. Li Quanqing stood on the sea, his robes fluttering, his breath deep like the vast sea, and he really had a trace of the invincible spirit of a peerless genius. Baoking Market. A group of young disciples of the Li family wearing green jade fish dragon robes, with a fierce momentum, headed towards the monster street, looking like they were looking for trouble. Those middle-aged law enforcement monks in the market not only did not stop them, but escorted them, and happily watched this group of juniors go to find a place. The Li family naturally has that kind of strength and confidence. On their own territory, can they still be bullied? Li Quanqing walked in the crowd, like a star holding the moon. It can be said that he has truly become the leader in the minds of these young people of the Quan generation. So many young people of the Li family were all found by Li Quanqiu and others. There were disciples of the Ketung, and there were also various guys who stayed in the market to train. Hearing that their only family members were bullied by Zioao Island, they were all indignant and spontaneously gathered together to ask for an explanation. This is the cohesion of a family. I'm curious, Yun Yangzi, this guy got a good fortune. Why didn't he shrink on Zioao Island, but stayed in Baoking Fang? Li Quanqing raised his eyes and looked at the luxurious cave at the end of Monster Street. This was the 3rd time he came here. He originally thought that he needed to go to Zioao Island. Unexpectedly, Li Quanqiu told him that Yun Yangzi had deliberately stayed in Baoking Fang since he came back from the ruins. It should be the Yun family's intention to let this guy stay in our market, to cause trouble and find an excuse to plot against the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines in the hands of the 3rd elder. Li Quanmo spoke in a low voice beside him. After all, he was born in the direct lineage and knew some secret information. Li Quanqing suddenly realized something and looked at the nearly 100 young clansmen around him. He was originally surprised that this matter seemed to be a bit big. It turned out that there were senior family members behind the scenes. They wanted to use the conflict between the younger generation to decide the final ownership of the spiritual medicine. After all, masters of the level of key refining great perfection cannot be moved lightly. If the four major families get really angry and cause trouble to the foundation building, it would not be a good look. It would be better to let the young people make a scene. Sure enough, 60 or 70 young clansmen of the Z family also came from another direction. In addition to Zihan Gyu, the leader was a young woman 2 years older, with big watery eyes, plump curves, and not very tall. Although her temperament was not as heroic as Zihan Gyu, she also had a unique flavor. That's Zihan Gyu, the first cultivator of this generation of the Z family, who also has a top-grade spiritual root. Li Quanqing said, this person might become a foundation building cultivator of the Z family in the future, so he should be handled with caution. Quanqing, I'll help you. Zihan Gyu was as bold and aggressive as ever, gritting her teeth. That Yun Nyangzi died in a hateful way. It was obviously Sister Quanqing and the others who made the greatest contributions, but they took all the benefits. Zihan Gyu stood aside and smiled lightly. Although her cultivation was higher, she was more focused on her sister, and did not speak. Thank you very much. This time I will make them spit out everything they paid for. Li Quanqing looked at the indignant clansmen around him. Since the matter had become a big deal, it seemed that his style of doing things should be tougher. It was time to learn from the brainless and reckless man like the third elder. More than 100 people were rolling through the streets like a torrent. No one dared to provoke them. The atmosphere was silent. Seeing this, the shop owners and independent cultivators wanted to find a hole to hide in, fearing that they would be involved in the disputes of the foundation building families. Who would have the courage to get involved? Fellow Daoists, please come in. My young master has been waiting for a long time. In front of the cave, Yunjizi said slowly with a seemingly kind smile on his face. He stretched out his palm and made an invitation gesture, but there was a hint of arrogance in that gesture. The Yun family seemed to have made enough gestures to invite everyone to enter the cave, but in fact it was simply a blatant provocation. The main door of the cave, which was supposed to be open to welcome the guests, was now slammed shut, like a cold barrier, keeping everyone out. Only a narrow side door was left open, like a silent mockery. Seeing this scene, many young people's faces were immediately furious, and they immediately exploded here. They were young and energetic, and they were born in the foundation building Immortal family. They were treated with courtesy everywhere. When had they ever been treated like this? In the distance, those casual cultivators were looking around, hiding in the corners, curious about how the Li family would respond. Be quiet. The Zenhei bell on Li Quanqing's waist rang softly, and the ripples spread, calming the anger in the hearts of the clansmen. He looked at Yunjizi, stepped out of the crowd, and walked towards him step by step. Li Quanqing's skin gradually turned into a majestic and sacred jade color, and in his pupils, the golden glow rose like the sun. Jade bone body, start. Dung. Dung. Li Quanqing's speed was not fast, but every step he took would make a dull and powerful vibration. The sound gradually became grand, like the roar of a war drum, with a strange sense of rhythm, rumbling, and knocking in everyone's heart again and again. The footsteps echoed here, making the people who heard it involuntarily speed up their heartbeats, and the blood seemed to boil with the rhythm, and the blood and ki surged. What a strong physique. Yunjizi felt that his eyes darkened, and the terrible shadow instantly enveloped him. At this moment, his heart seemed to have skipped a beat. A strong sense of oppression came over him, making his breathing quicken, and cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. It's just a dog raised by others. How dare you bark here? Li Quanqing tilted his head, imitating the demeanor of the third elder, with endless contempt in his eyes. His fist instantly smashed out, as fast as lightning. The jade bones in his body shook, and the terrifying power was vented out, roaring like a cannonball. The air was torn apart by this punch, making a sharp whistling sound. Let your master roll out to see me. Li Quanqing's voice was like a huge bell, echoing in the air, full of majesty and domineering. Boom! Exclamation mark. The loud noise was deafening. No matter how crazy Yunjizi was, he took out all the talismans and magic tools for defense. He could only be smashed out like a dead dog without any resistance. In front of Li Quanqing, He had no power to resist. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and all the muscles and bones in his body were broken under this powerful impact, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. With a loud bang, Gengjin flew backwards and directly smashed the magnificent main door of the cave. The solid stone door collapsed instantly under this huge impact. The walls collapsed, the bricks and stones were scattered, and it turned into a miserable ruin. Seeing this, the young people from the Li and Zi families couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, the anger that was pent up in their hearts was vented out. Li Quanqing led everyone and walked in from the main door in a dignified manner. No one dared to jump out to stop them. He glanced at the Yun family cave plaque that fell to the ground and was covered with smoke and dust, and immediately sneered. He stepped on the plaque and smashed it to pieces. Chapter 94, Ice Soul Cold Light. When Li Quanqing walked into the hall, he happened to see Yun Yangzi and Wang Gujian chatting happily, talking and laughing, and then they turned their heads and looked at him. The 8th level of key refining? Exclamation mark. Sensing the powerful fluctuations of mana, Yun Yangzi couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and the palm holding the teacup shook a few times. How did this kid break through so quickly? It's only been a few days, and he has reached the same level as him. Li Quanqing stood there, looking at Yun Yangzi, who was sitting on a high place, although he was in a low position. In terms of momentum, it seemed that he was overlooking the two of them with a look of contempt. He grasped Li Kunla's arrogant attitude of the sky is the boss, the earth is the second, and I'm the third to be 70% similar. Young master, please give me a life-saving elixir quickly. Master Gengjin has fainted from his injuries. Several cultivators carried the unconscious Gengjin into the hall, looking miserable, with blood all over the floor. Did you go too far, fellow Daoist? Looking at Gengjin, whose head was swollen like a pig, Yun Yangzi took out a few pills, and his face also darkened. Recently, the affairs of the third elder have been making a lot of noise. Shuhua Sword Sect has made a lot of money in the ruins of Whale Emperor Sect. There are rumors that the alchemy master in the sect is about to make a furnace of foundation building pills. King Gaiu Li clan holds the 1000-year-old elixir and will definitely supply it to Shuhua Sword clan. At that time, they will be guaranteed to get one pill. Other families are naturally jealous and want to try to see if they can get a share. After all, your Li family arrived first and got more benefits. Each family can get a plant and exchange it for a quota to buy foundation building pills from the Sword clan. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Yun Yangzi received an order from the family elders and deliberately stayed in Baoqingfang to expand the dispute with the younger generation of Li Quanmo and others. It would be best to take the opportunity to provoke the Li family's top leaders, and the Yun family and the Wang family will join forces to oppress them and try to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Every time the Shuhua Sword Sect refines a foundation building pill, most of it is consumed internally, and very few people are allowed to purchase it. So no matter how many spirit stones are available, it cannot be purchased. In the face of the temptation of foundation building, even the Zi family's attitude is somewhat ambiguous. Some high-level members of the clan are shaken and frequently contact the Yun family of Zioyao Island. The third elder Li Kunli is also very smart. After coming out of the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect, he disappeared directly. It is difficult to find his trace and he can't be found at all. Li Quanqing also noticed these disputes among the high-level officials. However, he didn't care much. He came here this time just to ask for an explanation for his friends. It was obviously Li Quanmo who used the Gishu Divine Thunder Talisman to sweep away the scattered cultivators and occupy the Sutra Library. Yun Yangzi turned against him at the last minute and took away the greatest fortune. He was not kind to begin with and was really a mean person. Li Quanqing walked towards the top of the hall, approaching step by step, looking straight at him. The jade slip that originally belonged to our Li family. Do you want to hand it over now, or wait until you are beaten up before handing it over? Yun Yangzi's face trembled. Being ridiculed like this, he couldn't help but clench his fists, and anger rose in his heart. But he hesitated. Li Quanqing destroyed Gengjin with one punch. Even he was not sure of such a powerful fighting power. Especially the momentum of I'm invincible, which really had some of the demeanor of a foundation building genius, which made him a little scared. In the corner, the old tree with the low sense of presence suddenly moved his ears slightly and heard that an elder of the Young family sent him a message asking him to take action. A moment later, another elder of the Wang family sent him a message asking him to try the means of the young man in front of him. Helpless, the old tree could only sigh and stepped out of the crowd. Dao, why don't you sit down and discuss it? Li Quanqing tilted his head, looked at him, and narrowed his eyes. I heard that you also tuck a jade slip in the sutra library, right? That's right, Quanqing. This old guy is shameless. He relied on his high cultivation to rob the jade slip that Quan Mo got. It was a body refining technique. Li Quan shouted from the back, and he was so angry that his blood boiled when he thought of what happened that day. The Yun and Wang families were already good friends. When they entered the ruins, they had the wind spirit snake binding formation in hand, so they turned against the Li family and excluded them, and each took away the two strongest magics. When the old tree heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. At that time, greed was indeed at work, and he got the order from Wang Gujian, so he took action to bully the weak. Let's do it. No need to talk too much. Li Quanqing's pupils glowed with golden light, and he opened his jade bone body. Today, we will follow the rules of the world of immortal cultivation. Regardless of right or wrong, whoever has the bigger fist has the right. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry. The old tree apologized and urged the vigorous would attribute magic power of the 9th level of key refining in his body and waved his hand to scatter a bunch of gray-green seeds. The sky was full of emerald green light, and the next moment, the vast vitality was poured into the seeds, and the seed shells cracked, and thick vines as hard as iron emerged from them. These vines are thick and powerful, and the surface is shining with strange luster. In terms of hardness and toughness, they are definitely not weaker than those inferior magic tools. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. More than a dozen vines intertwined and entangled together, like a group of pythons coming angrily. The vast magic power surged between the vines, and each vine contained amazing power. The powerful might was enough to blow up the solid rockery. Li Quanqing looked calm, and slowly extended his fingers. From his fingertips, emerged a blue spiritual flame as bright as the sky, which burst into an extremely hot temperature as it burned. Blazing. The blue flame rose up, and the flame swayed and twisted, as if it had life, and turned into the appearance of a golden flame tiger, lifelike, roaring to the sky. Li Quanqing had previously obtained the method of refining the green jade armor, which included many exquisite fire control techniques. It can be said that he has mastered the spiritual flame to perfection. Or the blue fire beast swallowed and spit out flames and ran in the air with a hot breath in every step. It was fierce and collided fiercely with those thick vines that were as hard as iron. The sea of fire burned fiercely and the blue flame soared into the sky, illuminating the entire hall. For a time, the sea of fire was surging and the blue flame surged like water, like a burning ocean. Puff, puff. The flames were steaming, the temperature was astonishing. One after another, the green vines were ignited, struggling in the sea of fire, and finally burned to ashes, and the air became scorching. It's quite powerful. Li Quanqing took back the sky blue fire, and turned it into a ball of soft flame again, which was held in his palm. The heat wave rolled across the faces of the people who were shocked. They didn't expect that a water-attributed cultivator could manipulate the flame to this extent. Alas, as expected of the Li family's genius, water and fire work together. I lost, and it's not unfair. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was shining with jade light and ready to win over others with force at any time, the old tree chose to admit defeat neatly. Old tree, you. Wang Gujian was full of astonishment. Although wood-attributed cultivators were indeed not good at fighting, this was too perfunctory, right? At least take out your own magic weapon and fight a few more games. The old tree was very open-minded. He was just a worshipper of the Wang family. Even if he really won the quota for the foundation building pill, it would not fall on him. Why offend this promising young man? This is the magic method of the jade slip I got in the Sutra Pavilion that day. You can take it yourself. It's really my fault. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, which was sea blue and engraved with whale patterns, Li Quanqing took it directly in his hand and refined it. In an instant, he could see the content clearly. The middle grade magic method, dragon whale power body. He looked at the old man in front of him who had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes and nodded slightly. This matter was over. Yun Yangzi, it's your turn. Li Quanqing looked at the young man standing at the highest point of the hall. His whole body was surging with precious light, as if he was a jade-armored god who descended from the sky and no one could defeat him. Dung. Dung. He took another step. His steps were not fast, but the sound of his footsteps was very rhythmic, like the roar of the Huanglu bell here, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, shaking people's hearts. There was no way. The jade bone body was too heavy. Li Quanqing couldn't run fast at all, and it looked more impressive this way. Yun Yangzi finally realized the horror of being approached step by step. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and wet his back. He knew that he could not sit and wait for death, so he decisively took out the talisman and lit it. The golden light burst out, and a golden sword, spear, and halberd appeared, all flying out. Hundreds of sharp weapons smashed out together, and the Gengjin aura whistled in, with an amazing momentum. Zeng. Li Quanqing's magic seemed quiet and peaceful. He stretched out his hand, and made a stroke. The rippling water waves burst out, turning into a green water sword energy, slashing upwards. The sword energy crossed the sky, and intertwined into a sword net like water silk. The sword energy kept flowing, and suddenly pulled in the sparkling waves. Only a series of explosions echoed, and those golden weapons all exploded, and were crushed by the sword energy, turning into pure golden spiritual energy, and dissipating between heaven and earth. Damn, this is a method that a key refining cultivator can use! Exclamation mark. Yun Yang's eyes almost popped out, and he felt like he was dreaming. This talisman was a first-class weapon, 1 Qianfu, which was enough to seriously injure, or even kill a 9th level cultivator. How could it be so easily dissolved? He gritted his teeth, and was about to take out a top-grade spiritual talisman to save his life, when a crisp and ear-piercing dripping sound suddenly rang in his ears. A drop of water like jade sword energy fell on his head and exploded. The sword energy was as dense as rain, wrapping his whole body like a spider web. Any slight movement would completely trigger the explosion of all these sword energies, cutting him into a pile of steaming minced meat. Yun Yangzi looked at the slender sword energy in front of him, which was only half an inch away from his pupils. He felt a bone-chilling chill burst out from his bones, and was so frightened that he dared not move. "Where is the jade slip?" Li Quanqing walked up to him, and asked in a swaggering manner, as if he was chatting with a friend who had not seen him for a long time. Yun Yangzi was tough for less than 0.01 of a blink of an eye, and then he withered in an instant, as weak as an eggplant hit by frost, with a frown on his face. In the storage bag on your waist." Li Quanqing was very rude, and pulled the entire storage bag down, and put it in his pocket. The sea of magic power surged, directly erasing the aura imprint on it, and then fiercely stamped it with his own magic power imprint. His soul probed into the storage bag, and suddenly the treasure light was full, filling his eyes. This guy's really a big fat sheep. In addition to various elixirs and magic weapons, there are more than 2,000 spirit stones alone, which shows the wealth of the Yun family. Li Quanqing glanced at it, and didn't pay any more attention to it. He turned out the special shaped whale imperisect jade slip, and invaded it with his consciousness. The best magic ice soul cold light. What a treasure. The boy's eyes lit up, and he put the jade slip in his arms, then walked down the hall, and threw the storage bag to the clansman. "You can divide it up." With a mine at home, he naturally looked down on these. Until then, the green water sword energy that enveloped Yun Yang's body completely dissipated and disintegrated into pure water essence. Yun Yangzi looked at the Li family, happily dividing up the treasures that belonged to him, and spat out a mouthful of blood mist with heartache. "Little friend of the Li family, you are a bit too much." Silently, 2 elders of the Yun family appeared at the entrance of the hall and stopped everyone. Their hair and beards were all white, and their aura was enough to be the great perfection of key refining. Li Quanqing looked at the blocked retreat, touched the storage bag, and wondered which 2nd level talisman should be thrown out, or throw out the Xiaohe sword talisman. Fortunately, Baoqingfang is the territory of the Li family, and no one can bully them. The future of the Li family. A bunch of old dogs. You want to bully the weak, but you are looking for death. I can help you. The majestic and domineering voice came in, simply looking down on the world. I'm invincible. Li Quanqing walked into the hall against the light, his burly figure standing there like a pitch black iron tower, looking down at everyone. Third Elder? Exclamation mark. Chapter 95 Duan Dan Guiyang. Looking at the third elder who was as burly as an iron tower, Li Quanqing was immediately delighted. He had not seen him since that day. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried, now that the rock has finally fallen. But then, a trace of worry rose in the young man's heart. Now the Yun family and the Wang family have joined forces to plot the 1,000-year-old elixir. This place has become a trap against the third elder. Why did he jump out? Sure enough, the next moment, 10 key refining great perfection masters appeared silently, ambushed and trapped the third elder. Where are those 1,000-year-old elixir? An elder of the Yun family who seemed to be the leader asked, almost impatiently, and went straight to the point. The core of the Whale Emperor sect's ruins was all covered by a large formation, and only the Sitter family and the Li family got the biggest benefits. Even the Shuhua sword sect was helpless against the ancient formation, and could only invite several formation masters to slowly study and crack it. Looking at the guys who were staring at him with greedy faces, Li Quanqing smiled, revealing his white teeth. Want the elixir? Sorry, I've already given it to the Shuhua sword sect. Nonsense. An elder of the Wang family snorted coldly. Our two families have mobilized all secret agents to keep a close eye on all the senior officials of the Li family, and even monitor the sword sect within 1,000 miles. During this period, no Li family cultivator has visited the elders and senior officials of the Shuhua sword sect. At this time, I'm afraid that even the key refining great perfection on Qingyu Island are all busy with important matters. Li Quanqing listened to this, and couldn't help but look sideways. Is this guy bragging, trying to deceive the three elders, or does he really have this power? Okay, I admit it. Li Quanqing shrugged his shoulders and said simply, I was just lying to you. The elixir is still on me. Hand it over, and the four families will share it equally, and conspire to make a foundation building pill together. The eyes of an elder of the Wang family flickered, and between his words, he tried to pull the Z family of Baosu Island to his own camp. The sword sect was high and mighty, and didn't care about the disputes between these foundation building families. The Shuhua sword sect only cared about those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. No matter who it was, whether it was the Li family, the Yun family, the Wang family, or even a little known key refining family. As long as they could successfully deliver the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine to Shuhua Island, they would be rewarded by the sword sect, and be given a quota to buy a foundation building pill. Kunli, I have a long friendship with you. If we divide the foundation building pill equally, wouldn't it be great if the four families joined forces to fight against the increasingly powerful Tao and Situ? The elder of the Yun family who spoke first persuaded him earnestly, with an attitude like a kind elder who couldn't bear to see the younger generation go astray. Li Quanqing sneered when he heard this. A furnace of foundation building pills can only produce 3 or 4 pills at most. It was already kind of Shuhua sword sect to spare one pill to reward the foundation building forces below. You still want to divide it equally among the 4 families, 1 pill for each family, and dream about your spring and autumn period. With 4 more foundation building masters suddenly appearing, Shuhua sword sect must be stupid to do such a deal. Quanqing, something is wrong. The elders of our Li family are indeed missing. Li Quanqing spoke in a low voice, with a face full of worry. Let's break out as soon as possible and find the second elder who is in charge of the market, and ask her to open the island protection formation to suppress all enemies. The power of the formation is mostly used to suppress external enemies. For internal enemies, the power is much smaller. The Yun Wang family may have other means. What's more, Li Quanqing looked at Li Quanqing who was calm and composed, and curled his lips. I don't believe that the third elder would be so stupid as to not leave a backup for himself. 10 key refining great perfection masters approached together, each holding a formation disc and magic weapon in their hands. The light of the void intertwined, faintly forming a powerful formation. Even if the third elder's combat power was close to the foundation building, I'm afraid he would not be able to get away with it. Seeing this scene, Li Quanqing did not make any move, but bowed slightly to the back. The envoy of the upper sect is in front of you. Are you going to bump into the elder of the sword sect? The envoy of the upper sect? Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly turned their eyes to the outside of the hall, thinking that it was not good. Step. A middle-aged man walked in leisurely, wearing a King Feng Taoist robe, a lotus crown on his head, 3 long beards under his chin, with an immortal style and a free and unworldly posture. Elder Duan Dongyang, we are here to see the envoy of the upper sect. Senior Duan is still as elegant as ever, and his immortal appearance is dazzling. The key refining great perfection cultivators present were all in their 70s and 80s, all of them were smart, and their eyelashes were empty. Seeing the arrival of the foundation building elder of the Shuhua sword sect in front of them, they immediately knew that this plan might be ruined. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they could only greet him with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met. Are you performing in front of the hall to exchange ideas? Duan Dongyang laughed, looking up at the hall, and his voice shook the sky. Old friends, are you still unwilling to come down for a chat? After a moment, whoosh! Exclamation mark. Thunder flashed, the moonlight was surging, the clouds were floating, and the fragrance of elixir was floating. 4 great foundation building monks appeared together, 3 men and 1 woman, stepping on the void, and the island protection formation covering Baoking Fang was open to welcome them. Li Quanqing looked carefully and only recognized Li Kunlun, who was surrounded by thunder flashing and interweaving, handsome and elegant, free and unrestrained. Next to him, there was a woman wearing a moonlit white dress. Although she covered her face with a veil, she could not hide her peerless fairy face. Her temperament was like the bright moon in the sky, transcendent and out of the world. Little friend of the Li family, brother Yan, brother Wang, and this one is Fairy Shen Mengli of the Yanyu sect? Duan Dongyang looked at the beautiful fairy with uncertainty in his tone. Shen Mengli nodded slightly and bowed. Hello, brother Dongyang. Now that the matter is over, I will leave first. After that, she glanced at Li Kunlun next to her, signaled with her eyes, and then floated away, as if a god was flying to the moon. Li Quanqing couldn't help but look at his own great elder. Not only him, but all the younger generations of the Li family looked strange. Good guy, you are such a great elder with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Li Kunli also winked at his brother, but he looked like a burly old man in his 50s or 60s, and looked several dozen years older than his brother. Facing many inquiring and scrutinizing eyes, Li Kunlun had a stern face and an expressionless look, but his earlobes were slightly red and hot. Okay, since everyone is here, let's start discussing business. Duan Dongyang walked into the hall with a big horse and a golden sword and sat in the main seat without hesitation. The third elder was indeed a smart man. He shouted loudly, please allow me to report to the envoy of the upper sect. I'm willing to present 2,000-year-old spiritual medicines on behalf of the Li family to help our sword sect refine the elixir. After saying this, the elders of each family could not sit still before they could even warm up. Duan Dongyang nodded slightly. Yes. Li Kunli was very proud and took out 2,000-year-old spiritual medicines from his storage bag. He even deliberately opened the jade box and showed off to the people of each family. One was as green as jade and shaped like a dragon stretching its body. The other was a Ganoderma lucidum with a golden and jade color. The mist was lingering and the fragrance was falling. Green Qiu branch and golden jade Ganoderma, good, excellent quality, rich in medicinal properties, can all be used to refine foundation building pills. Duan Dongyang was very satisfied and made the final decision. When the sect's inner pill is completed, 1 surplus foundation building pill can be allocated to reward the Qingyu Li family for their contribution. No matter how unwilling the foundation building cultivators of the Yun family and the Wang family were, they were helpless at this time. The third elder had not finished speaking, and he spoke loudly again. Senior, although I have some small opportunities, the real big share was taken by the new foundation building cultivator of the Sitter family. The 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine they harvested is more than 3 or 5 times as much as mine. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present were shocked. Oh, did Situ Sen really take away so many 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines? Duan Dongyang deliberately showed curiosity and asked like this. Every word is true, I dare not lie. Li Kunli's eyes were firm and calm, and his answer was decisive. In that case, I'd like to trouble you all to follow me to the Taoan Islands, okay? Duandangayang clapped his hands and smiled. Since the Qingyu Li family has set an example, how dare the Sita family resist stubbornly and embezzle those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines? My sword sect doesn't ask for much, just 6, 7, 8, or 9,000-year-old spiritual medicines first. Isn't that too much? For a moment, the cultivators present mourned for the Sita family. The order from the upper sect must be a huge loss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Slave Beast Seal. Li Quanqing walked out of the hall, and suddenly he felt relieved, and the air was no longer so oppressive. There were too many great foundation building monks sitting inside. Even if they didn't say a word, the unintentional aura still emanated, and it was still like a mountain pressing on his heart. Is that purple-robed monk the great elder of our Li family? This is the first time I've seen him. He is really wise and powerful. Li Quanqing was chattering beside him, but fortunately he was smart enough to keep his voice down. It's him, the elder brother of our hall master, the real big backer of the family's weapon refiners. Li Quanqing pulled at the weapon refiner's robe on his body, feeling proud of it. Li Quanmo spoke up. He was born in the direct lineage, and knew a lot of news. The great elder usually stays in the depths of Yulangton, and doesn't ask about the family's mundane affairs. He concentrates on cultivation. I heard that he is already a great monk in the middle stage of foundation building. Li Quanqing gathered the hair by her ears, smiled gently, and listened to how these young people talked about the mighty power of the great foundation building monks. She thought of Fairy Shen, who was as cold as the moon, and had also determined her goal on the road of cultivation. She decided to show off to her sisters after returning. That was the ancestor of the foundation building, a great man that ordinary people had never seen. The young people of the Li family talked and laughed, and they were in groups, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Now that the crisis of the Qingyu Li family has been resolved, and another foundation building pillar is about to arrive, it is the time for the family to flourish. Anyone would feel that the future is full of hope. Li Quanqing walked out of the cave, and suddenly saw an unexpectedly familiar figure in the ruins that he had broken. Li Quanqing? Aren't you practicing in the Shuhua sword sect? Li Quanqing had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. I'm waiting for my master. Li Quanqing was still dressed like a sword cultivator, carrying a sword box on his back. He raised his chin slightly, with an arrogant and sharp edge. However, he suddenly stopped talking and looked up and down at Li Quanqing. His eyes slightly widened. A little incredible. 8th level of key refining. When did you break through? Just yesterday. I just broke through. Li Quanqing smiled modestly. His eyes were pure and kind. You have a top grade spiritual root, and you have been at the 7th level of key refining for a long time. Your cultivation speed is much faster than mine. You must have broken through to the 9th level of key refining now, right? Humph, still a little short, but it will be soon. Li Quanqing is a straightforward person. He has almost never lied, and tells the truth. He looked a little unnatural, suspecting that the young man in green robe in front of him was definitely doing it on purpose. Quanqing, are you reminiscing about the past with your own people? Duandangayang came at this time, with the demeanor of a kind and good teacher. I'm about to go to Taoan Island. Don't you have a fiancé on Qingyu Island? Go back and see her. Greetings to the envoy of the upper sect. Li Quanqing and others saluted quickly. Duandangayang hummed, glanced at them, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. What pure water essence, the blue sea tide? Your Li family is really prosperous. Such a young man will definitely be another foundation building true seed in the future. Brother Duan, you are too kind. This kid is still young, and doesn't deserve praise. The Supreme Elder came over at this time, laughed, blocked his sight, and inadvertently changed the topic. After the two foundation building people left, Li Quanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Did you invite Lord Duandangayang? He looked at the sword carrying boy, and had a guess in his heart. 10,000 fish mirror? Li Quanqing nodded. My grandfather sent me a message, so he invited master to come. The foundation building pill in the future will be prepared for my father. Li Quanqing frowned when he heard it and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. There was only one foundation building pill, and the factional struggle between the first elder and the third elder was about to break out in the open. During this time, he should stay on Yulang Island and try to avoid returning to his family. With a heavy heart, Li Quanqing left here and prepared to return to the island to continue staying at home. As soon as he returned to Yulangbo, a guest came to visit, wearing a red dress and with exquisite curves. Fellow Daoist Zihangyu? Li Quanqing looked at the young woman standing at the bow across the formation. This person was Zihangyu's sister, the top grade spiritual root of the Z family. Fellow Daoist Li, Zihangyu bowed and said coquettishly, "This is what my sister Hangyu got from the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect. I came to exchange a magic trick with you. I wonder if it can be done as you wish." Looking at the jade slip taken out by the other party, Li Quanqing opened the formation and welcomed her in. The lower grade magic trick, Slave Beast Seal. This is a spell to enslave spirit beasts, which can plant a mental suggestion in the spirit beast's consciousness, subtly, and make it more and more loyal to the master. Even the foundation building monster beast will be tricked and will be willing to be driven and enslaved. Li Quanqing was very interested in this slave beast seal. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 jade slips. Here is a water escape technique and a dragon whale power body. Which one do you want to exchange? Bingpo Hangyan would definitely not exchange it. The grade was too high and the price was not suitable. Zihangyu stretched out her hand and roughly browsed the introduction of the 2 jade slips. To practice this dragon whale power body, you actually need the essence and blood of a dragon whale. This is a 2nd level demon beast in the foundation building realm. The girl frowned slightly, feeling a little difficult to choose. This water escape technique is also very good. You don't need any external objects. You can get started by practicing with concentration. You can escape into the ocean without a trace. Li Quanqing said. He is now practicing the water escape technique, but it's too profound, and he can't understand it. He can only rely on his spirit pets to cheat. In the end, Zihangyu made a choice and still wanted the dragon whale power body. There is no way. A high grade is an advantage. Besides, the Z family also has no shortage of magic techniques such as escape techniques. On the contrary, body refining techniques are even rarer. As for the dragon whale essence and blood, if you try hard, you can still buy it in a large market. Slave beast seal. Li Quanqing played with the jade slip in his hand. He heard from Li Quanqiu that the sutra building had only 4 magic techniques. Now he has collected all of them. Moreover, he has requested that they are all the original jade slips. The color is as blue as the sea, and there are patterns of ocean and whales engraved on them. He glanced at the thunder-horned python queen coiled on his wrist. This kind of demon beast bloodline is unruly and has the strength to break through the late stage of key refining. It is just right to test the power of the slave beast seal. Huolala. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the sea, put the jade slip on his forehead, and began to comprehend these magic techniques. The water escape technique is profound and obscure. He can only study it slowly, and then rely on the light ball golden finger to cheat. The difficulty of using the slave beast seal is very simple, but it has high requirements for the strength of the soul. If it is not done properly, it will be easily backfired. The dragon whale power body needs blood essence to assist in cultivation. Let's not talk about it for now. His glazed jade bone body has not been perfected yet. As for the last ice soul cold light, it is of medium difficulty to cultivate and has great power, but it pays great attention to external objects. It requires the help of extremely cold natural treasures to succeed in cultivation. After reading the jade slip, Li Quanqing pondered for a moment and thought of the 100-year-old ice soul bead in Danshan, which is often used to cast ice spells. In addition to the specific steps for cultivating the ice soul cold light, the jade slip also records various common treasures with ice attributes. According to the above records, a 100-year-old ice soul can cultivate a trace of ice soul cold light. 36 strands can be combined into one strand, and 12 strands can be combined into one, which can be regarded as a real ice soul cold light. Cultivating a complete ice soul cold light is considered a small success in the magic method. Using the foundation building magic power to activate it is enough to penetrate the world and freeze thousands of miles. Chapter 97 Elder Quanqing. Li Quanqing moved the jade slip away from his forehead, and his scalp tingled. In order to practice this top grade magic, he needed 430 100-year-old ice souls. I'm afraid that the entire Yun family can't gather so many ice souls. After all, the climate in the East China Sea is warm and pleasant, unlike the extreme North Cold Plain, which is covered by wind and snow all year round, and ice treasures can be seen everywhere. Li Quanqing pondered for a moment, and suddenly took out a piece of ice wrapped in layers of blue sea magic power from his storage bag. Li Quanqing dispersed his magic power, and suddenly a shocking cold air surged out, like a white giant python, escaping from his palm. Crack. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice began to condense from his feet, turning into a terrifying white ice cover. The waves surged, and he was directly frozen into an ice ball in midair. Li Quanqing shook off the frost on his body, and saw an ice blue feather lying quietly in his palm, wrapped in a lake-like ice layer, beautiful and weird. This treasure should also be able to assist in the practice of ice soul cold light, right? Li Quanqing thought, finally having the confidence to practice this top grade magic. Slave beast seal. The sound of waves was endless. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment and kept making seals with one hand. The soul mixed with magic power surged out and gathered at the fingertips. But the air vibrated, and a nearly transparent pale white small seal appeared in front of him. The light kept flowing, and it looked like a twisted and entangled circle. It's done. Li Quanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. After all, it was just a magic method to enslave spirit beasts. The difficulty of practice was very low, and it only required a strong cultivation. Come here, I'll give you a tattoo. He lowered his head, holding the small seal in one hand, and pulling the thunderhorn python cub over with the other. After feeding for a period of time, the female snake has grown to the thickness of a finger, with bright and beautiful scales, and the single horn on its head is as brilliant as a golden crystal. Looking at the shining slave seal in front of her, the thunder-horned python queen raised her upper body alertly, instinctively resisting. Be good, let's have something delicious. Li Quanqing was familiar with the place, and took out a sticky paste made of thunder crystal crumbs, dried peach meat and soul-nourishing water. Hiss. Smelling the familiar aroma, the thunder-horned python cub immediately let down his guard, and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. The lazy eating posture made his muscles and bones stretch out, allowing others to do whatever they wanted. Seeing this, Li Quanqing smiled slightly, and sent the copper coin-sized seal in his hand to the forehead of the thunder-horned python. But the slave seal trembled slightly, sensing the breath of the soul of the spirit beast, and took the initiative to drill into it along the sky spirit bone and disappeared. Li Quanqing's heart moved slightly, sensing a faint breath of soul, young but wild, born noble. That was the soul of the thunder-horned python queen. Be loyal to me. He activated the beast slave seal, continuously releasing some kind of message, drilling into the soul of the thunder-horned python, like brainwashing. The thunder-horned python wanted to resist, but after sensing his breath, he hesitated for a moment and completely relaxed. The beast slave seal easily drilled into the soul and will continuously release the signal of loyalty, subtly influencing and brainwashing day and night. Give me your loyalty. Hiss. After planting the beast slave seal, the effect is really good and immediate. After the thunder-horned python finished eating the food, it spit out its snake tongue and rubbed his palm affectionately, numb and numb, and there was obviously a sense of closeness in its blue-purple vertical pupils. The soul of the young beast is weak, and it is the time when its resistance is the lowest, but the consumption is really not small. Li Quanqing dripped 2 drops of Tei in soul-nourishing water, twisted the soul-nourishing wooden bracelet in his hand, and began to meditate and close his eyes to cultivate. After the soul power was consumed and replenished, he regained his spirit and energy. He followed the same method and used the beast slave seal on Aoking and Jinyan respectively. Needless to say, Aoking was raised from a young age and had the closest personality. He easily took over his true spirit. Jinyan was also shameless. He thought that he was going to use magic power to baptize its flesh. He stared at it with his silly big eyes and happily accepted the beast slave seal. Done. Li Quanqing exhaled a foul breath and sensed 3 faint soul breaths. He could detect what the spirit beast was thinking. It was quite convenient. There was no need for other spirit beasts. Their potential was too low. For example, the green water python and the group of crabs, the middle stage of key refining, was already the growth limit. If they really dared to resist his human tyranny, they would be killed with one sword. Harvest an adult big blue carp and reward 3 spiritual sands. Harvest an adult big blue carp and reward the low-grade talisman water arrow talisman. The waves surged and lotuses bloomed at every step, supporting Li Quanqing's feet. He did not sink in the water and his green robe rustled. He pointed his finger and the water control technique was superb. He turned into a crystal net and scooped up more than 1,000 big black carps. There were too many of these guys and they reproduced on their own. In addition, there was abundant food and abundant spiritual energy in Yulangbo, so they were everywhere. Li Quanqing would occasionally feed them, and then take a day to catch all the accumulated mature big black carps. Harvest an adult big black carp, and reward to low-grade talisman water arrow talismans. In the storage bag, the light bowl dissipated, and turned into 2 thick and crisp water blue talismans, with spiritual patterns flashing and turning into the shape of water arrows. In the corner next to it, there were as many as 6 or 7,000 of these water arrow talismans, piled up into a mountain, almost filling up the storage bag. This water arrow talisman is actually quite powerful, comparable to the attack of a 3rd level key refining cultivator, and is very popular among casual cultivators. The other storage bag was filled with scattered spiritual sand, shining with precious light, and filled with spiritual energy. There were also thousands of them. Harvest an adult big black carp and get a miniature spiritual energy group as a reward. A wisp of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was born out of thin air in the meridians. In the blink of an eye, he refined it into magic power and drilled into the danshan. Then there was nothing. Li Quanqing found that according to his cultivation level, there were 4 levels of spiritual energy groups. Miniature, small ordinary spiritual energy groups, and finally large. The miniature spiritual energy group rewarded by the big black carp was barely enough, and it was just enough for him to cast a spell. It was better than nothing. But Li Quanqing dispersed the water net and was about to change to another place to continue fishing. The larger ray disc of island protection in his arms was suddenly touched by someone who had come to see me at this time. Li Quanqing took out the array disc and came to the place according to the instructions. He actually saw a burly figure like an iron tower. "Master, why are you here?" Li Quanqing was startled and quickly opened the formation to let the 3rd elder enter Yulangbo. "I'm here to give you some good news." Li Kunli laughed, and the 2 of them walked on the water, walking on the wide sea, with their sleeves fluttering, like gods and immortals. "It's been 3 years, why hasn't this longevity turtle broken through to become a demon beast?" The 3rd elder looked at the spirit turtle lying at the bottom of the fish pond and snoring, and even he was speechless. "It's almost there, it's almost there." Li Quanqing smiled bitterly. After swallowing a lot of demon beast meat, this guy's maturity has reached more than 80%, and it is estimated that it will take nearly a year. He placed a wooden table and futon on the embankment, a clay stove with red charcoal, warmed wine and boiled tea, and looked out at the vast blue waves, the vast smoke, and the flocks of spirit fish, which was quite charming. Li Kunli shook his head, took out a jade token from his storage bag, and handed it to the boy. "Take it, this is the family's reward for you." "What is this?" "My identity jade token." Li Quanqing refused to take it. He also had such a token, proving his identity as a member of the King Li family. "No, this is not an ordinary identity jade token, but an order from the elders." The 3rd elder paused and continued, "From today on, you are a genuine elder of our family. Elder Quanqing, congratulations." Chapter 98 Jade Armor. "I, the elder of the family?" Li Quanqing pointed at himself, somewhat unimaginable, with a trace of clear confusion in his eyes. "Master, are you mistaken? The elder jade card is here, just take a look yourself." Hearing this, Li Quanqing grabbed the jade card in his hand, and indeed saw the 8 big characters King Li, Elder Quanqing engraved on the front of the jade card. The material of this jade card is quite extraordinary, comparable to the top grade magic tools, and contains 3 top grade magic spells, which are very precious even for cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Water element cover, water mirror technique, water lotus escape. Li Quanqing took a few glances, and the most useful one for him should be the water mirror technique. You can cast the 1000 miles water mirror to contact other elders, which is similar to the youth edition of the 10,000 fish mirror, but with the function of real-time live broadcast. Fun. On the back of the elder jade card, various family benefits, various obligations to be undertaken, etc. are recorded in great detail. It's just an idle elder. With your cultivation level of the 8th level of key refining, you are just right for the position. Look how happy you are. The 3rd elder sipped the fragrant tea and smiled with his eyes narrowed. Above the ordinary elders, there are 36 powerful elders, the lowest of which are at the 9th level of key refining. They are in charge of all aspects of the family. They are the ones with the most money. I don't want to leave you Long Island, so an idle elder is enough. Li Quanqing kept touching the jade card. In the future, when he goes to his own Baoking auction house, he can get a 30% discount and stay in the luxury box for free. Speaking of which, you are the first family elder of the Quan generation. Li Quanqing gave a thumbs up. It's really amazing, worth celebrating. Do you want the family to hold an elder celebration for you and entertain guests from all over the world? Thinking of the scene where he sat in the main seat above and a group of cultivators below saluted and shouted, "We greet Elder Quanqing." Li Quanqing was indeed a little excited, but in a moment, he suppressed this thought and decided to wait until he held the foundation building ceremony. "I'm the first one, isn't Li Quanqing?" the young man asked curiously. Although he is also at the 8th level of key refining, and he has also joined the sword sect, and has a foundation building master, his contribution to the family is not as much as yours. The 3rd elder counted on his fingers the remains of the Whale Emperor sect and the Golden Marrow Jade Mine, each of which can be regarded as a great contribution. Of course, there are also the 2 magic jade slips in your hand, which have also been targeted by those old guys, so they gave you the title of elder. To be precise, there are 3 magic methods now. When mentioning this, Li Quanqing talked about the slave beast seal and took out a few jade slips. "Master, which one do you think is useful to you?" The family already has the water escape technique, and Li Quanqing is a cultivator with fire spirit roots, so in the end he only picked up the dragon whale powerful body to observe. The 3rd elder meditated for a while and suddenly said, "Before you break through the foundation, this bodybuilding method should be put aside for now, and it is not suitable for practice." Li Quanqing was about to ask in detail, and the other party began to explain. Even among the 2nd level monsters, the dragon whale is an extremely powerful existence. It has a trace of true dragon blood, is extremely powerful, and is wild by nature. Such a powerful monster, its essence and blood naturally contain demonic energy and will. After refining, it is easy to erode the soul, which is not conducive to breaking through the foundation. Li Quanqing was shocked when he heard this and remembered the soul difficulty and the 3 difficulties of foundation building, and hurriedly took out the ice blue feather. "Elder, I plan to refine this feather to practice the ice soul cold light. Will it have the same impact?" This feather also contains the residual will of the monster. Although it is not much, it may also be a hidden danger. This is the real feather of a 3rd level monster. Sensing the icy aura that far exceeded the foundation building level, Li Quanqing's face shuddered, and he was a little jealous. "Do you have a special physique? How come you can always find treasures everywhere?" A 3rd level golden elixir monster. Li Quanqing had guessed it early in the morning, so he was not very surprised. The body is the foundation of the soul, so when the demon blood is refined into the body, the demon energy rushes to the brain, which can easily hurt the soul. The ice soul cold light is an external object, so the impact is not very big, but it is not advisable to be greedy. Refining 36 strands of cold air and combining them into a ray of ice soul cold light will do. The 3rd elder played with the jade slip and explained. First, when this feather is completely refined, the golden elixir contained in it will completely erupt, and you can't control it at all. Second, Ice Soul Cold Light is a top grade spell after all, and it is not something that a key refining cultivator can activate. Don't be too ambitious. Just practice the water escape technique with peace of mind. Thank you Elder for clearing up my doubts. Li Quanqing nodded in response. A ray of ice soul cold light is just the right place to get started, enough for him to be invincible among key refining cultivators. After talking about the position of Elder, let's talk about the specific rewards and prizes. Li Quanqing took out a storage bag. Open it and see if you are satisfied. Li Quanqing curiously opened it and immediately saw a jade-like armor that flashed with powerful spiritual light. The best magic weapon, the jade armor. This. Li Quanqing widened his eyes and couldn't wait to take out the jade armor, stroking it lovingly. This is the reward given to you by our weapon hall. With your talent for refining weapons, plus this jade armor, you can comprehend day and night. I believe that in less than 3 years, you can become a top-notch weapon refiner. Li Quanqing said, his words full of expectations. 3 years. Give me 3 months is enough. Li Quanqing thought, but didn't really say it. With a click, as his magic power refined the imprint, the jade-like scales on the surface of the jade armor bloomed and opened one by one. Although it was just a piece of armor, it was inlaid with 9 layers of scales, connected with weapon patterns, with ingenious ideas and exquisite craftsmanship. It was like a blooming 9-layer jade lotus hanging on the sea, layer upon layer, and it was beautiful instantly. Snap, snap. Li Quanqing stood in the center of the lotus, and suddenly pieces of jade scales spread rapidly upward along his legs. As if it had its own life, it eventually wrapped him up in it. It was so spiritual that it would automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape and manner. With a thought, it can be easily controlled and sent and received as desired. Under the sunlight, a jade god appeared on the sea. Even if it was motionless, it still released a terrifying breath that made people's heart palpitate. Li Quanqing wore jade armor, and his breath was smooth with his breathing, and he had his own air circulation. He could freely shuttle in the seawater without feeling breathless and stuffy. A strong force blessed his whole body, coupled with the infinite power of the jade bone body. Li Quanqing can be said to be invincible in key training. I have finished talking about the rewards from the weapon hall. Now it is the rewards from the family. The third elder smiled and took out a few deeds. Those old guys are so generous. They gave you a lot of land in the Whale King market. They are all core streets. You can build whatever you want. Whale King market? Li Quanqing's voice came through the green jade armor, which seemed a bit muffled. After all, only a small part of the Gengjin ruins has been developed. The Shuhua sword sect is preparing to build a large market in the Purple Blood Sea. The 5 major families in those foundation building sects are all involved. This is definitely the biggest event in recent years. A Gengjin ruins will attract many casual cultivators. I'm afraid that cultivators from other seas will be tempted. The big forces opened the market, collected spirit stones on the spot, and fooled the casual cultivators into being cannon fodder. Isn't it wonderful? With a click, Li Quanqing opened the green jade armor and walked out, touching a few deeds of the magic weapon level. The market was just built, and it was a time when everything was in ruins. He was also the first investor. The land given to him by the family is very large, with several shops connected together. What kind of building is better? Li Quanqing put 3 jade slips on the table again. You keep these 3 magic methods first, and don't hand them over to the family. Wait until I break through the foundation, and then you hand them over to me, and then the family history will write in a certain year and month. The second elder Li Quanqing obtained 3 magic methods, and hid them in the Sutra Pavilion, and this is specially recorded. The young man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's all up to the whole master's orders. I won't let you suffer a loss, and I will contribute to your family at that time, not a single point less. Li Quanqing stroked his beard, a little proud. With all your contribution points added up, it's hard to say whether you can get a foundation building pill. It depends on whether the sword sect has a quota, but it is certain that you can exchange for a foundation building spiritual object. Does our family still have foundation building spiritual objects? Li Quanqing's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he heard of it. You underestimate our Li family's 1000-year heritage. We can get at least 1 water-based spiritual object every 60 years. Like Li Yumio, he has fused a Gishu true evil before. Li Quanqing remembered this man. It was Li Quanqing's father, the son of the great elder. Since he has refined a foundation building spiritual object, how can he still be a key refining cultivator? So he is a waste, a key refining great perfection that was piled up with elixirs and resources, and this kind of waste still wants to compete with me for the foundation building pill? Li Quanqing's tone was quite disdainful. When it comes to the dispute between the two factions, Li Quanqing must stand on the side of the third elder. The Li family seems to be steadily improving, but in fact, there are undercurrents. Chapter 99 King Feng matures. Boom. Li Quanqing opened the formation that protected the thunder peach tree and immediately saw the thunder rumble from the sky as if it was a punishment from heaven. Threads of silver lightning exploded, leaving no grass on the ground, while the thunder peach tree grew taller and taller, with lightning shining. Hiss. Seeing this, the thunder-horned python on his wrist had bright pupils and couldn't wait to get off his wrist, wanting to devour the lightning to practice. Hiss. The hissing sounds of young pythons came from the tree trunk, with childishness, curiosity and vigilance, and their bodies were hidden among the branches and leaves. They've all hatched. Li Quanqing looked at the ground at the roots of the tree, where the broken shells were piled all over the ground, and immediately realized that the thunder-horned pythons had hatched. He wanted to go forward, but unfortunately the thunder peach tree was filled with plasma like rain, lightning and thunder, and its power was quite amazing. Green jade armor. Behind Li Quanqing, pieces of green jade scales were suspended, like a lotus as big as a millstone in full bloom, amazingly beautiful. As his magic power pulled, pieces of jade scales flew out, and their spiritual patterns intertwined, turning into a jade lotus armor. Crack. Crack. Li Quanqing strode in, and the thunder struck him. The light was dazzling, but it did not cause much damage. The vibration of the 9 layers of jade scales was enough to wipe out the power of the thunder, and it could not hurt him at all, and the defense was amazing. Found you. Li Quanqing climbed up the tree trunk and looked up. With the queen of the thunderhorn python leading the way, he easily found the remaining 6 snake cubs. These snake cubs were slender, only as thick as chopsticks, but they were all very fierce. They opened their mouths and bit the scales. Instead, it hurt his teeth. As expected, they are 6 male snake cubs. Li Quanqing fed them food, and although their attitude improved, they were still very fierce and vigilant. Why are you so fierce? I'll plant the slave beast mark on all of you in a moment. A part of the scales on the boy's arm faded away, turning into an oval fish scale cover, locking the snake cubs inside. This kind of defensive magic weapon inlaid with scales can really be used in many ways. These hard scales can be thrown out and used as hidden weapons. Li Quanqing held the scale cover with one hand and picked the spiritual peaches on the tree with the other hand. After a few months, the meat and thunder crystals of those thunder-horned pythons were all consumed. Fortunately, this kind of spiritual peach contains abundant thunder spiritual power, which can also be used for body training. After picking 5 or 6 thunder spiritual peaches, Li Quanqing was satisfied and prepared to leave. Cry. Outside the formation, a kingfeng crane poked its head out, attracted by the movement of thunder, and flapped its wings curiously, but did not dare to get close. Hey, light ball, has this crane cub matured? Li Quanqing's eyes lit up, and he saw a wisp of white mist flowing between the feathers of the kingfeng crane, and finally condensed into a milky white light ball on the top of its head. The rolling light ball swayed, and the glow swayed, which was quite tempting. Come, let me touch it. Li Quanqing walked over wearing the green jade armor, and with the thunder wrapped around his body, he immediately scared the crane cub. The kingfeng crane cried out, and in a panic, it was about to flap its wings and leave, disappearing into the mountains and forests. Ice Soul Cold Light. Li Quanqing had no choice but to use this wonderful method that he had recently cultivated. A ray of crystal cold light flew out from his fingertips, as thin as a hair, silently passing through the air and circling around the kingfeng crane. Crack, crack. The next second, the cold air surged, directly freezing the 2 wings of the kingfeng crane, turning into heavy ice cubes and falling to the ground. The spirit crane screamed helplessly and fell into the soil and dead leaves, unable to fly anymore. Fortunately, Li Quanqing only used the cold air to condense into ordinary ice cubes and did not use the terrifying power of the Ice Soul Cold Light to freeze everything. Otherwise, the blood would be frozen into ice slag. Li Quanqing walked out of the formation and protected the thunder peach tree again. Then he took off the green jade armor and touched the aggrieved head of the Qingfeng crane. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of key refining and reward a middle grade magic weapon Qingfeng gourd. Qingfeng gourd, a middle grade flying magic weapon that can inhale and exhale the breeze to assist the cultivator in flying and can also store the strong wind and turn it into a wind blade to attack the enemy. A flying and attacking type of magic weapon is not bad, better than nothing. Li Quanqing put the light ball into the storage bag and then cast the sky blue fire. The flame was hot and the ice cubes melted. Cry. The Qingfeng crane flapped its wings, shook off the frost, and limped into the woods, not daring to look back. Am I that scary? Li Quanqing thought, and stretched out his hand. The icy cold light and the azure fire returned at the same time and drilled into the danchan along the meridians. The body was cold and hot at the same time, and it was so comfortable. Gugua. Gugua. On the beach, the Baoguang toad was lying on a pile of golden marrow jade, lying there in a big letter shape, constantly inhaling and exhaling treasure energy, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Gemstone Baoguang toad. One inhalation is a whole day. The days are better than living immortals. More. I want more treasure energy. Cultivation. Key refining level 3, 88%. Li Quanqing stretched out his palm with satisfaction. This guy is about to break through the middle stage of key refining. It's a good time to test whether there will be a light ball reward at that time. If it really works, he doesn't have to focus on the monster cubs. Those adult monsters can also be brought home. The choices will be much larger. His Li Quanqing opened a gap in the scale cover, then caught a thunder-horned python, and began to use the slave beast seal. Although the cubs have weak wills and immature souls, they also consume a lot of mental energy. Li Quanqing was busy until the evening, and then he successfully branded all 6 thunder-horned pythons with his own brand. He twisted the soul-nourishing wood, and realized that he was constantly consuming a lot of mental energy. With the nourishment of the soul-nourishing water, his soul was strengthened again. Clang. In the Zenhei bell, the sword rang by itself, and it had grown from an embroidery needle to the thickness of a branch. The sword light was crystal clear, killing people invisibly. Hiss. The slave beast seal took effect, and the snake cubs rubbed his palm affectionately, as if they were acting like a spoiled child to their father, and their blue-purple watery snake pupils were so cute. Li Quanqing felt soft-hearted and hurriedly reached into his pocket, ready to take out the flesh of a spiritual peach to feed them. In the dark night, he stretched out his hand, but only touched a big furry paw, warm and hot. Li Quanqing, where are my big and numerous thunder spirit peaches? Ayo how? The golden flame tiger pulled out its claws, held the last juicy thunder spirit peaches in its mouth, and ran away. The tiger cub ran fast in the dark night, with flames burning on its forehead, and it was very eye-catching with its own positioning. Crash. On the embankment, the green water pythons emerged from the water, each holding a fat big black fish in its mouth, and had been waiting for a long time. Ayo how? Hiss. The tiger and the pythons communicated for a while, roaring non-stop, and then exchanged goods with each other, feeling satisfied. Then they were caught with stolen goods. I was wondering why those spiritual fruits, spiritual rice, and various elixirs would disappear from time to time. It turned out that you stole them. I was caught with stolen goods. What else do you have to argue now? Li Quanqing grabbed the furry tiger ears, pinched and rubbed them, looking unkind. Ayo how? Jinyan Hu stared with his clear and stupid big eyes, lying on the ground with his soft belly exposed, pretending that he knew nothing, and pretending to be stupid. Seeing this, the green water python picked up the peach and ran away, flicking its tail, splashing water, and disappeared into the fish pond. Li Quanqing crushed the light ball in the storage bag, and took out the Qingfeng gourd. It looked like a light blue big-bellied gourd with light white patterns on the surface, like clouds. Ha! Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing manipulated his magic power, and blew out a light wine bowl from the mouth of the gourd, blowing the dust in all directions. Ayo how Jinyan Hu was wrapped in the wind ball, spiraling up to the sky, roaring miserably, and for the first time he found that he was afraid of heights. The breeze whistled, and the wind was so strong that it finally blew the tiger cub hundreds of meters away, and threw it into the sea for a cold bath. This gourd is quite powerful. Li Quanqing touched the big gourd in his hand and was immediately satisfied. In the next half month, the Qingfeng cranes gradually matured. In addition to opening 4 Qingfeng gourds, there were other light balls as rewards. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of key refining and reward 5 cans of Qingfeng spiritual tea. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of key refining and reward 1 Qingfeng tea tree seed. Qingfeng tea tree, a top grade spiritual tree, growing in the breeze, accompanied by rain, dew, and sunshine. The leaves can be fried into spiritual tea. Drinking it for a long time can make you light and prolong your life and help you comprehend the wonders of controlling the wind. Harvest a Qingfeng crane in the early stage of key refining and reward the top grade magic weapon Fengling Bowl. Fengling Bowl, a top grade magic weapon that gathers breeze and condenses it into liquid. The Fengling liquid contains extremely pure wind attribute spiritual energy, comparable to the rare wind attribute lower grade spiritual stones. It can assist wind attribute cultivators in their practice. It tastes delicious and is loved by many monsters. Right square bracket. Chapter 100 Spirit Tiger Green Gourd. The light bowl dispersed and turned into treasures in the storage bag. There were many treasures, and the treasure light filled the eyes. Li Quanqing first took out the Fengling bowl. It was white on the top and green on the bottom. It was a large sea bowl with dozens of fine holes on the top of the bowl. The sea breeze whistled past, and when it drilled out from these holes, it would make a crisp and pleasant sound, as if someone was playing a flute, forming a beautiful note. Patterns in the shape of breezes bloomed at the bottom of the bowl, like blooming green spiritual flowers, which was very beautiful. Li Quanqing chose a reef on the coast and placed the Fengling bowl on it. The sea breeze whistled, and the lingering sound was melodious. I wonder what the Fengling liquid tastes like. Li Quanqing was looking forward to it. He took out the Qingfeng lincture and put it in a white jade-like jar. The surface of the jar had fine light green lines, like cracked ceramics, with a unique beauty. Opening the tea can, a wisp of elegant fragrance immediately penetrated into the nose. The tea leaves were slender, shaped like crane feathers, with white and delicate leaf stems, but the leaves were the color of the breeze. Raw, the tip of the golden flame tiger's nose twitched, and its furry big head poked its head out, looking at the fragrant tea leaves in the jade can, and dripping a drop of crystal saliva. First plant the tea tree seeds, and then we will drink it, and see what it tastes like. Li Quanqing pushed the tiger's big head away, put away the jade can, and walked towards the forest of Lingdao. The golden flame tiger flickered its tail, moved its 4 furry big paws, and trotted after it. Li Quanqing usually stayed in the caves and beaches on the coast, and rarely set foot in the mountains and forests, but he also carefully explored every inch of the island. On the highest peak of Yulong Island, the dark clouds did not dissipate, the lightning flashed, and there were thunder peach trees planted, which was the nest of 7 thunder-horned pythons. Due to being struck by lightning for many years, the soil of the first peak has changed, the vegetation is thin, and bare rocks are exposed. The soil and mud of the whole mountain are turning into light purple, containing a thunder spirit essence, which is not suitable for plant growth. Just plant it on the mountain next to it. Li Quanqing looked at the second peak not far away. The scenery is beautiful, with rugged rocks and lush greenery, just like green jade. There is also a mountain spring on the top of the mountain, forming a small stream, which is a place where Qingfeng cranes like to live. The boy thought about it and decided to name the first peak Purple Thunder Peak and the second mountain Qingfeng Mountain. Let's go, take me to that Qingfeng Mountain. Li Quanqing patted the tiger's head and decided to be a tiger riding Immortal. Ayo, how the golden flame tiger carried its master and roared in a low voice, and its 2 white wings kept flapping, flying several feet above the ground. Then it swayed and fell down again. The tiger cub was aggrieved, lowering his big head and calling softly. His emotions were clearly felt by the boy through the slave beast seal. I'm too heavy. It's obviously you who are too weak. Okay. The longevity turtle carries me in the sea every day. Why hasn't I ever complained? Li Quanqing's face darkened slightly. In fact, he was practicing the jade bone body, so he was indeed a little heavier than a normal sized cultivator. In addition, the golden flame tiger's muscles and bones had just grown into a teenager, and his body was not big, so it was normal for him to have some difficulty. The boy sighed took out a King Feng gourd, and urged it with his magic power. The mouth of the gourd trembled slightly. Whoosh, the breeze surged and swirled around, as if it had turned into a hurricane, lifting their bodies and slowly rising into the air, blowing the leaves around them rustling. With the help of the magic weapon, the golden flame tiger suddenly felt much more relaxed. His pair of wings flapped hard, and finally swayed, and flew to the top of King Feng Mountain. Well, the tiger skin is very soft, but it's a little bumpy. The young man still needs to work harder on it. Li Quanqing patted the tiger's head, and found it interesting to see its ears drooping in grievance. Forget it, I'll give you this gourd as a reward. Take it and play with it. He stretched out his hand, and handed the King Feng gourd to the tiger. Ayo how? The cute big eyes of the golden flame tiger suddenly lit up. He rubbed his paws, and sat on the ground. He couldn't wait to hold the gourd in his arms and study it. Li Quanqing took out an ownerless King Feng gourd, so the tiger cub easily mastered the trick. The demonic energy rolled around, and left his own mark on the magic weapon. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The big-bellied gourd like a pale green jade trembled lightly, and flew up and down around the golden flame tiger. The white patterns on the gourd skin seemed to come alive, like white clouds. Clang! Exclamation mark. The King Feng gourd hung above the tiger's head, with light flashing. A wind blade spurted out, whistling, cutting a large tree in half, with broken branches and leaves flying everywhere. Ayo how! Ayo how! Jinhu jumped up and down excitedly, roaring repeatedly, as if he had obtained his favorite toy, and couldn't let it go. Wind blades flew everywhere, whistling, breaking branches, rustling leaves, and having a lot of fun. Cry. In the mountains and forests, King Feng cranes poked their heads out angrily. This mountain peak was their home, but now it was a mess. Seeing that he had caused a big disaster, Janayan, who immediately stuck out his big pink tongue, controlled a gust of wind, and ran away in the blink of an eye. Should I not give the gourd to this troublemaking fool? Li Quanqing sighed, a little regretful, but it was too late. He took out the seeds of the King Feng tea tree, a total of 3. The color was green-brown, the seed coat was rough, it felt very comfortable to touch, and there was a faint fragrance. The young man walked along King Feng Mountain, and finally found a Feng Shui treasure land around the mountain spring. There was sunshine, rain, and dew, and the breeze whistled from time to time. It was very suitable. Li Quanqing waved his sleeves, and the soil splashed. He dug several large pits, and buried 3 tree seeds in the soil. He crushed a handful of spiritual sand into powder, and sprinkled it evenly on the ground. Then he covered it with soil again, loosened the soil around, and poured some mountain spring water. Cry. The surrounding mountains and forests were shaded, and spiritual cranes hid in them, watching his actions curiously. In order to prevent the seeds from being eaten, let's use the formation to separate this area first. Li Quanqing took out the formation plate, found a formation flag nearby, and manipulated the formation to cover this place. Trickle he came to the spring. Thanks to the abundant ground energy of Yulong Island, although it was not a real precious spiritual spring, it was also a top-grade spring water. The water was sweet and clear, as pure as glass, and transparent in the sun. Li Quanqing took out several big-bellied gourds, and filled them with spring water. He still had quite a few of these containers in his storage bag, all of which were opened by the light ball. He returned to the dam, boiled the mountain spring water with the azure fire, brewed a pot of King Feng spirit tea, and poured himself a teacup. The spiritual tea stretched out in the boiling water, like crane feathers chasing each other, and finally turned into amber tea, transparent and fragrant. Ayo how? The wind whistled, and the golden flame tiger came with the smell, riding the King Feng gourd from the sky, with a very sharp nose. Moo in the fish pond. Ao King also smelled the tea fragrance, but it was not interested in these. Its tail stirred up the wind and waves, and continued to inhale and exhale essence to practice. The sound of waves was endless, and the sea was boundless. Li Quanqing half leaned on the warm and soft belly of the spirit tiger, looking at the scene of Yulangpo. In front of him, the tea fragrance curled up, the smoke and waves were vast, and he felt indescribably leisurely and contented. At this moment, the sound of the wind spirit bowl gradually stopped, and a bowl of light green spiritual liquid was collected. The young man picked up the treasure bowl and shook it gently. Suddenly, a ripple spread on the surface of the jade-like spiritual liquid. Hiss. The thunder-horned python on his wrist suddenly woke up, hovering on his arm, raising its upper body, and staring at the wind spirit liquid in the bowl. The blue-purple scales of the young python opened and closed, emitting arcs of electricity, and waves of desire came from the slave beast seal. You think this liquid is very fragrant, do you want to taste it? Li Quanqing had no objection, and performed the water control technique, and drops of wind spirit liquid swayed and floated up, like small light green grapes. The thunder-horned python queen drank one by one, smacking her tongue. After drinking dozens of drops, she suddenly let out a panicked hissing sound from her throat. Hiss, hiss. The next second, under Li Quanqing's astonished gaze, the thunder-horned python's slender body twisted, swayed, and floated into the air. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.